I'll tell you what, Lulu continues, pointing at the phone. I'll never believe anything I see in the cover of a magazine again. But I'm excited as hell for my Christmas card photo with Prince Harry and Ed Sheeran. We swipe one more time to the right and then freeze in unison at the pair of naked boobs on the screen before swiping back to the photo of us on the bench. Don't go too far, she says after quickly swallowing a sip of her rice wine. There are pictures of my boobs on there, and then Jean sent some back. Calvin grabs the phone, presumably before we get an inadvertent eyeful of dick, and returns it to Lulu. Can you send them to Holland? The Photoshop ones, not the boobs. He looks down at me. We look like a real couple. A hot couple, Lulu adds, and my pulse does a tap dance across the room. Lulu is immediately forgiven. I know the photos have been helped by filters and a little computer magic, but I look like I actually belong next to him. Across the table, Robert pours more sake into his cup, already. He's not usually a big drinker, and I catch Jeff's eye. We both do a curious little eyebrow flicker. They're certainly convincing, Robert says distractedly, taking his glasses off and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Is it weird to see them? I ask. He looks up at me, eyes tight. There's a lot about this that is weird to me. He pauses and then reaches for my hand. I know you didn't want to do this, but I can't pretend that having Ramon and Calvin together, playing the pieces I wrote, it's a bit of a dream. Calvin makes a tiny sound of agreement in the back of his throat. Letting go of my hand, Robert says more quietly, But God, I hope this works. Listen, Jeff says, and lifts Robert's hand to kiss it. I might not be completely on board with how all this came together, but even I'm confident it will be fine. I look between them, worried. Jeff isn't the PDA type. He's unflappable, yes. Calm and steady, yes. But he's never very outwardly affectionate in front of people. So seeing him reassure Robert like this gets my antenna up. Is something wrong? The two share a quick look before Robert squeezes Jeff's hand and replaces his glasses. I worry it's going to be tight. Calvin should start officially next week, but who knows if we can swing it. We filed everything a day and a half after the wedding, I say, glancing at Calvin, who nods. I know you did, Buttercup. It isn't you. Work permits can take months, and we're asking for it to move through in 2 weeks, total. It's unlikely, and I'm not sure once Luis is gone that I can pair Ramon with Lisa until Calvin is officially hired. Ramon won't go for it. One look at Calvin's face, affronted, possessive, and I know Robert is right. Jeff turns to Calvin and me. I talked to Sam down at immigration, and he assured me they've got what they need for now. He can't guarantee approval, but he can give things a little nudge and make sure those forms go through in time. My shoulders drop with relief. Oh, that's good at least. I know I've said it, Calvin says to Robert. But thank you for everything you've done. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. None of that, Robert says, shaking off the tension. I'm just having some pre-show jitters. Always happens. Circumstances are just a little different this time. The waitress stops at the edge of the table and asks if we're ready to order appetizers. With little discussion, Jeff and Robert order their usual, and during Lulu's turn, Calvin moves closer, pointing to my menu. If I get the eggplant, do you want to split? Or even get a few appetizers and share? It's such a coupley thing to do, it catches me off guard. Halls. Beneath his patient smile, there's an amused glint in his eye. Sure, I say. What else did you want? He opens his mouth to answer, right as his phone vibrates in his pocket. He's so close, I actually feel it move through the cushioned bench. Sorry, he says, pulling away and looking down to the screen. I catch the name Natalie. Calvin stares down at the screen in confusion for another ring, and then his smile slips as he seems to realize something. Ah, bollocks. My throat goes tight. Is everything okay? Yes, He stops, seeming to have changed his mind, and turns to address the table. "Would you all excuse me for a minute? I need to take this." Back to me again. "Just order us whatever." Calvin stands, and I twist in my seat. "You're sure you're fine?" "Of course." With a squeeze of my shoulder, he steps away and heads out of the restaurant. Through the glass doors, I watch him climb the stairs, phone already pressed to his ear, before he's out of sight. I drop my keys on the counter and watch Calvin wordlessly duck in to use the bathroom before bed. I had this strange sense of a plexiglass barrier between us the entire walk home, and I'm trying to figure out what's bothering him. Other than the obvious, of course, the looming pressure of his first performance, the stress over our paperwork getting filed in time. Maybe that's all it is, and he just needs some time to process it all. Keeping our sanity intact while we wait for the work authorization to come through is like watching someone hammer a nail through my hand, one tiny blow at a time. It's excruciating, and I have no control. Imagine how it feels for him. But Calvin finds so much joy in music, and he's so optimistic about all this. It seems hard to believe that he's quiet because he's worried about that. And what was the urgent phone call tonight? Is there another opportunity he's keeping on the back burner? Am I the only one who's planning to be faithful? The prospect makes me want to vomit. Calvin emerges and does a double take when he sees me standing exactly where he left me, just inside the door. "You feel all right?" he asks. I attempt to smile. "Yeah, dinner was fun." Nodding, he moves to the couch, sitting down, untucking his dress shirt, and putting his head in his hands. It's so weird to live with someone I don't know that well. He didn't drink very much, so I know he's not suffering any ill effects from alcohol. We just ate a half hour ago, so I doubt he's suffering from something he ate. "Are you all right?" I ask. He nods, and then looks up at me, eyes red and unfocused from exhaustion. "I know it's only been a little over a week, but seeing Robert nervous tonight made me nervous. What if we did all this for nothing? I feel like the waiting to start is killing me. I just want to perform. I just want to get in there." I nod in understanding, but I get a weird twist of guilt, like I should be speeding this up somehow. And doing all this for nothing doesn't land entirely without impact either. I realize we aren't actually together, but it's been nice to be with him, even platonically. It doesn't feel like nothing. The name Natalie floats into my memory, paired with the way he dashed off. It leaves me feeling uneasy for a different reason entirely. I hope that the phone call wasn't anything bad. It seems to take him a few seconds to remember, and then he looks up, sheepish. "Oh," he grimaces. "I was supposed to be on a date and completely forgot." This leaves me momentarily speechless. "Hold on," he corrects, holding up a hand. "That came out wrong. It was a date I made a few days before we had that first lunch. I forgot to cancel it. I'm sorry." Well, this is awkward. I sat down next to him on the couch, picking at a tiny hangnail. "I guess if you wanted, but yeah, I don't know. We probably shouldn't." I trip over my words and can feel him turn to look at me. "Date. Shouldn't. I mean, just for appearances." "Bloody hell, Holland," he finally says, incredulous. "I'm not apologizing because I'm feeling regret that I wasn't with her tonight. I'm apologizing because another woman called me when I was out to dinner with you and your lot." "Oh." He bursts out laughing. "Do you think I'm an absolute gobshite?" "No," I say, and can't help smiling back at him because I have no idea what a gobshite is. The unease slowly dissolves. But it's true that our situation is a little unprecedented. It is, but I'm not going to be unfaithful, even if we're pretending. Although he's used the word unfaithful, it's the pretending that sends a tiny hot poker through my side. I'm not pretending. Or, I am. I'm pretending that I don't have feelings for him. "How did you meet her?" "Through a friend," he says easily. "There wasn't some long story building up to this. I've seen her once." "That reminds me," he begins, and waits for me to look up at him. Finally, the burn eases and I can. What's that? We never discussed what to say when someone asks us how we met. I nod, looking back at the coffee table. I remember the intimacy of our texts the other night, how it felt to curl up against him on the couch, the heat of his skin, the firm press of him next to me, and have to remind myself that we're pretending. I guess we should keep it as simple as we can. We met at the subway station. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. Chapter 16. Every day, Calvin has 3 hours of rehearsal with Ramon before Luis and Lisa take over for the evening performance. And after each rehearsal, Calvin locates me backstage, and he's smiling like he's been plugged into a generator. The music makes him glow in a way I find hard to believe. Sometimes it seems there is a candle burning just beneath his skin. Robert rehearses with them sometimes, but once or twice a week, he hands over the reins to the assistant musical director, Elon. Because Robert composed the music, he feels the notes physically and directs the musicians with instinctive, fluid movements. But I notice that Elon focuses on technical precision more than artistry, and the days he is there, the music loses some instinct, some deeper emotion that hasn't been fully transferred from Robert to Ramon and Calvin. I've seen it happen before, how Robert's passion is slowly fed into his musicians, how he trains them to feel it, not just see the notes. The key, the rhythm, the dynamics become an action themselves, a deeply drawn breath, a sob, a triumphant fist in the air. They are no longer individual notes, but constellations of them pulled together to make something nearly otherworldly. Today was not an otherworldly day. What didn't work out there? Calvin has barely exited the stage when the question is out, and he stares at me with intense expectation. He shifts his guitar in his hands, nodding to the stage behind me. Something felt off, and I'm not sure where. Normally, I'd balk at the idea of advising him at all on how to more masterfully play his guitar, but I'm wrapped up in his glow and feeling emotional from the impending start of his theater run. Lean into the deceptive cadence and lost to me to draw out the tension just a bit more. You and Ramon are both letting it resolve too soon. He stares at me for a full 10 seconds without speaking, and my stomach sinks. I've never criticized him before, not once. I think I've just done something catastrophic. The quiet continues over dinner. He eats quickly at the coffee table before reaching for his guitar and bending over it, forming a private cocoon. Retreating to my bedroom, I hear him playing this section again and again until I fall asleep to the sound of it and dream of chasing him through the woods. But the next day, on stage during rehearsal, he meets my gaze, just as he's playing this section, and the emphasis of the notes, the astonishing beauty of them, makes tears spring immediately to my eyes. I was right, and this is how he tells me. Trust your muse. Later that night, for the first time in months, I'm able to write. It's only a paragraph, and it isn't the fictional world I'm desperate to find. It's about the way it felt to hear Calvin and Ramon play. The sensation of having my chest so full of emotion that I nearly felt weightless. But I typed. I put words on a page. Every evening from the wings, Calvin, Ramon, and I watch Luis and Lisa perform together. I can almost hear Calvin mentally reciting the lines and cues, and, at the opening note of each show, counting down the remaining nights before he and Ramon debut. Months ago, Michael Astaroff released the news that Ramon would replace Luis in mid-February, but the showrunners have made no statements yet about the changes in musical direction, namely Calvin on guitar. While it's common knowledge that the lead violinist left, the press seems to assume that Lisa will continue on in his place. I know Robert is waiting until the work permit comes through before announcing anything. But given the crew's reaction to Calvin, and the way he's treated like a new celebrity backstage, not to mention the way Lisa is being mildly bashed on social media in the more hardcore Broadway circles, I don't think it would hurt the production to get some buzz rolling about Calvin soon. 3 weeks after he started rehearsals, and just under a week away from his first performance, there is an official-looking letter waiting for us when we get home. We tear into it like starving dogs. Our application has been accepted, and according to Jeff, that's good enough to move forward with the paperwork Michael needs to submit to get my husband officially hired. Within hours, Michael's assistant has called to schedule joint photo shoots and interviews for Calvin and Ramon to launch during their opening week. Although the primary media focus will be on Ramon, Calvin still gets a haircut, a fancy shave, a manicure, though he politely declines a chest wax. We've opened a joint checking account, which required that we share the very basics of our finances, and they are equally bleak. Other than the $300 in our shared account, I have some money in savings that I never touch. Calvin is in much the same boat, minus the savings. For various interviews and appearances, he'll have to buy a suit, some dress shirts, new shoes. Our balance dwindles, but it's so much less stressful with someone else at my side. And any stress we do feel dissolves as soon as we step into the theater, and frenetic energy explodes around him. Our last few days before the debut performance should be accompanied by a soundtrack. Ideally, Chariots of Fire. More realistically, Jaws. There is a looming bassline thunder, and I swear it's not just in my head. Social media is on fire speculating about the person replacing Seth. That it's a guitarist is sparking a lot of controversy. Fans mob outside, hoping to hear any bit of music to quench their curiosity. We practically live at 11 Gladstone. Michael, who rarely comes by the theater, paces the aisles, listening in on every note of the rehearsal. The Law brothers, who before were never around and trusted Robert to run the production just fine with their money, are occasionally spotted in the balconies. Brian is a maniac backstage, barking out orders, laying into the crew if they're caught hanging around when they should be moving things. Robert is tense and bellowing at the smallest mistakes. Ramon is a perfectionist and demands to do something again and again and again, until he's nearly hoarse and Calvin's fingers are practically bleeding. But Calvin still finds me backstage after every grueling rehearsal with a giant grin. It's as if he's been waiting years for this, and he is pressure Teflon, or maybe the thrill outweighs the terror. I see the cast and crew eyeing him, eyeing us. We look like any other married couple. Calvin touches me freely and kisses me on the forehead. We come together and leave together, even though I'm not needed here a fraction of the time I'm around. And while I'm not completely unfortunate looking, I know everyone is half wondering how I ended up with someone like him. I'm that girl with the freckles, the one with snagged tights who spills her coffee awkwardly on her boobs, the one who knocks into everyone with my camera. Calvin, by contrast, drifts gracefully in and out of spaces, and we've already established how he can eat a salad without greasing up his chin. It really is unfair. I find Calvin leaning against a wall backstage, talking to Ethan, a member of the ensemble who I'm sure would love to pull my husband even farther into the shadows, for a far more private interaction. The fact that Calvin is straight seems to cause acute physical pain to many of our male co-workers. He immediately spots me, expression relaxing as he steps around Ethan to come to my side. Ethan gives me an annoyingly fake smile. Hey, Holland. I mimic the expression. Hey, Ethan. I nearly jump out of my shoes when Calvin pulls my back to his front and presses his mouth to my jaw. I'm going to take my beautiful wife to dinner. I can't even look at him over my shoulder because he's so close. We'd nearly be kissing. Take me to dinner? I step forward, putting a little distance between me and he who is my husband. He who smells like the woods and fresh air. He who sleeps practically naked only a room away from me every night. A proper date. Imaginary Holland stands up and waves the "that means sex" flag, but I tell her to have a seat until we obtain clarification. Proper? I say faux demurely. He seems to get the meaning the same time I do, and with a little cough, pulls his lip balm out of his pocket, smoothing it over those lips I really, really like. Proper. He snaps the cap back on with a grin. Food, drinks, fun. Did he lean into the word fun? Did he growl it a little? I looked to Ethan, wishing there was a way I could ask him to corroborate this. But in our surprising moment of flirtation, I don't think either Calvin or I noticed that Ethan had already disappeared. I'm always down for food and drinks and fun. It's why I like you. Calvin threads his arm through mine, and I catch a longing, droopy look from another one of the stagehands. Tugging, he leads me toward the side exit. You need to put on a proper dress, with proper heels, and put your hair up. My brain is still trying to compute all this, to decide whether I love or hate that he's telling me what to wear. But then his hand slides around to cup the back of my neck, and his lips land on my cheek, lingering there, warm and soft. When he speaks against my skin. Your neck is my kryptonite, he says, and I feel his smile curve against me. I suppose I should text you more about that. I emerge from the bedroom in the only proper dress I think I own. It's black, hits just above my knee, and has a fitted bodice with a flowy, pleated chiffon skirt. And clearly Calvin likes it too, because when I step out, his mouth hangs slightly open, like he was about to launch into a thought, and has completely lost the thread of it. I admit to being stunned stupid too. He's wearing his new suit with a lavender shirt he's left unbuttoned at the collar, letting the sharp edges of his collarbone flirt with my eyeballs. After a few seconds of scanning every inch of me, he simply says, Right. This works? His eyes land on my neck. I have my hair in a high, messy bun. Christ, yes. We walk a few blocks to Taboon, and even though there is a line of at least 10 parties waiting outside, Calvin shakes hands with a man at the door, who points us to a table in the back. I follow, noticing how heads turn slightly when the Irishman casually slips out of his tailored navy blazer and folds it over his arm. When he pulls out my chair for me, I ask, You knew that guy? Juilliard. Calvin makes a faintly sour face. Brilliant cellist. He's not had the best luck since. I feel the impulse claw its way up my throat, the desire to help every stray. But no matter how amazing Robert is, or how elaborate his orchestra is for the modesty of the Levin Gladstone, he can't hire every out-of-work musician we meet. Still, even if I suppress it, Calvin reads the reaction in my eyes, and it softens the tight line of his mouth. He'll land on his feet. Maybe we can help down the road. Down the road. I swallow thickly, working to give a neutral shrug. In unison, we look down, scanning the menu, and butterflies land in my stomach, tensing. A proper date. We've had so many nights on the couch eating takeout, so many happy hours spent with Robert and Jeff, or even Lulu, before we head home together. What about tonight makes this different? Calvin looks up at me. Want to share the cauliflower starter and the branzino? Holy crap. I love having a decisive eater as a husband. Done. He slides his menu onto the table and reaches over, taking my hand. Have I said thank you? This makes me laugh. Once or twice. Well, I'll say it again, just in case. His eyes take on a glassy, sincere glow. Thank you. You're welcome, of course. After a little squeeze, he lets go of my hand and sits back to smile up at the waiter who's materialized at the table. This married game we are playing sure does seem easy, and Calvin sure does seem sincerely dedicated, but I get these tiny pulsing flashes of awareness that remind me I don't really know him all that well. I've memorized his face, the olive skin, the greenish eyes, the perfectly imperfect teeth, but his brain feels like a mystery still. We order our shared dinner, and he turns to pull something out of the inner pocket of his blazer, producing a small pink box. For you. I am the worst about accepting compliments and gifts, so as expected, a Holland makes an appearance, and I stammer out a few things that vaguely translate into, "Oh my God, you're so ridiculous, how dare you?" Inside the box is a delicate gold clattering, and a storm erupts inside me. I realize it seems stereotypical to wear these. Calvin says through my stunned silence, "But we do. Please don't think I'm being trite. This doesn't just represent love, with a heart, but I suppose we think of the hands as friendship and the crown as loyalty. He makes a self-deprecating little grimace as he slides it on my right ring finger, exposed from the cast, with the point of the heart toward the wrist. Like this, it means you're in a relationship. With a smile aimed at my hand, he fusses with it a little, twisting it straight on my finger. Normally, because we're married, you'd wear it like that on your other hand, but you've got the wedding ring there. I'm so afraid of saying something inappropriate or flippant that I don't say anything. I just touch it with the fingers of my left hand and smile up at him. Do you like it? He asks quietly. This is where I could so easily reveal that I'm completely infatuated with him, and that his giving me a ring has essentially made my life complete, but I just nod, whispering, "It's so pretty, Calvin." He leans back, but the vulnerability doesn't entirely leave his expression. Do you enjoy watching me in rehearsal? An indelicate snort escapes. Is that a serious question? He gives that self-deprecating grimace again. Well, yeah. Your opinion is the one I value most. Your advice is everything. This leaves me momentarily stunned. I love watching you rehearse. You're spectacular. You have to know that. The waiter brings our wine, and we each take a sip to approve the bottle, thanking him. Once he's gone, Calvin looks at me over the rim of his glass. I think Ramon and I sound great together, yeah. He bites his lip thoughtfully. But, I mean, the entire time I've been here, I've wanted this, exactly this. Did I ever tell you, once Possessed debuted, I would play the music alone and imagine being in the production? Something squeezes my heart in its fist. Really? He nods, quickly swallowing another sip. After I graduated, I thought something like this would come. I thought that break was only a few months off, or I would run into someone at a party and give them my information and hope it would change everything. A year turned into 2, and 2 turned into 4, and I wanted to be on Broadway so much I just stayed. I really screwed myself. I know I did. I can completely see how that would happen, though. It's like me with the book, I think. I expect the idea to sprout tomorrow, next week, in a month, and here I am, 2 years out of graduate school with nothing written. So I suppose what I mean is that this is so obviously worth it to me, whether we are only friends or, I want this marriage to be worth it to you, he says gently, and I'm not quite sure how to make that happen. Whether we are only friends or, Whether we are only friends or, My brain is on a loop, barricaded from working past what he just said, in order to help assuage the guilt I can tell he's feeling. The reply, we could start having regular sex, is so close to the surface, so close. I take a few deep gulps of wine and wipe my hand indelicately across my mouth. Please don't worry about that. I could help you think about your book. I get that sinking feeling in my stomach that I always get when I imagine opening my laptop and working. We could have sex tonight. I take another deep drink of wine. I'll try to think of something, he says quietly. Chapter 17. Calvin and Ramon's first performance is on a Friday. When I find him tying his tie in front of my bedroom mirror, he looks calm and rested, but I know it's a sham, because I heard him pacing most of last night. You ready? He nods with his bottom lip trapped savagely between his teeth. Smoothing the tie down his chest, he says, What do you think? Do you think I'm ready? He said my favorite word of his, tink, twice in one sentence, as if I need to be further charmed. I think you're going to be amazing. He meets my eyes in the mirror. You think you can give me shit for my accent? I think you sort of like it. He turns, and for 10 seconds, we stand there like this, staring at each other. We're maybe a foot apart. I can see his hands shaking. He's been waiting his entire life for this moment. Tell me something I need to remember tonight. He seems to need something to focus on, some advice to loop through so that he doesn't spiral downward in nerves for the next 2 hours. I reach out, fidgeting with his tie. Don't rush through the bridge in Only Once in My Life. Make sure to breathe in the opening solo of I Didn't Expect You, because you hold your breath sometimes, and I think the notes come out looser when you remember to breathe. I think for a few seconds in his absorbed silence. Trust your hands during Lost to Me. Don't be afraid to close your eyes and feel the notes. When you do that, it comes out like water easily moving over a stone. I slide my hands from his tie, over his chest. I can feel his heart pounding. Calvin lets out a long, slow breath. You should see the way you glow when you're talking about music. I laugh, interrupting him. We're talking about you right now. He tilts his head, bending his arm so that he can capture my hands in his. Are we? I blaze over this. You're ready, Calvin. No question. He glances at my mouth, and a fire seems to start low in my belly. It feels like the kind of scene where I step forward, he steps forward, a kiss happens, something sweet and slow, born of feelings that have been building for months. But oops, that's just me. We've been fake married for just over 3 weeks, which means we only have 11 months left of the charade. We've managed to find an easy balance. No use complicating things. Even 3 hours before the performance, the theater is mobbed outside, and we slip in the side entrance. I looked earlier on StubHub, and tickets to see Ramon tonight were over $600 for the far back balcony seats. Calvin is doing a good job looking relaxed, but even his calm facade has cracks in it. He keeps fidgeting with his tie. Backstage is all motion and bustle. Calvin looks for his new buddy, but Ramon is in for makeup, unable to offer only a final smile of support before Calvin is tugged away by a stagehand. I give him a tight hug, a kiss on his smooth cheek, and then he's out of my sight. I won't see him until after the show. Instead, I'll be up front for most of the night, selling t-shirts. Sad trombone. But I do get to sneak away and watch from the back. As I slip in, I wonder whether, in 10 years, I'll hear a riff or an opening chord to one of the songs, and be transported back immediately to this time in my life. It makes the shadow thought follow. What will I feel when I think of these times? Will I think, wow, those were the hardest days, trying to figure out who I was? Or will I think, those days were so easy and free, with so little responsibility? I've had the thought almost without realizing it, the encroaching awareness that I feel settled, but in truth, can't see my future at all. I have a temporary job, a temporary marriage. Will anything ever be permanent? What the hell am I going to do with my life? I only get one shot at this, and right now, I'm finding my value only in being valuable to others. How do I find value for me? Calvin told me to do something with my brain. But how? Threads of ideas appear on the edge, and are gone as soon as my fingers settle on the keys. There's no connective tissue to string them together, no skeleton to hold them up. I want to live my life with the intensity I see on the stage up there, want to feel passionate about something in that same way. But what if it never happens for me? My train of thought is derailed when the skyscraper set is shifted into place. The lights dim, and Ramon steps into a spotlight, center stage. He's already a giant in person, but on the stage he is towering. His dark hair is combed back from his face. His eyes are nearly black, but luminous, all the way to the far reaches of the theater. I can tell his chest is rising and falling in excitement, and from nearly every body in my immediate vicinity, I sense the vibration of static, the urgency of anticipation. I suck in a deep breath. My heart is in my throat. I can't see Calvin, but I hear the second he strums the opening chord of Lost to Me, one of the biggest hits from the soundtrack. Without having to see him, I know he's taken my advice and closed his eyes. The warm, honeyed melody rolls up the aisle like a wave of light. It is sublime. The crowd shifts in unison. A spontaneous smattering of applause breaks out, and then it grows. For a few moments, the audience is thunderous with surprise and approval. For Calvin, for Ramon, for the risk and beauty of the guitar, and the salty richness of Ramon's baritone, lifting the weight of the music up over his shoulders and launching it to the depths of the theater. My vision wavers, spotted with vibrating dots of light. I don't know what it is about Calvin's playing. Listening to this feels so different from listening to Seth. And not just because of the instrument. Calvin's music gives an aching sense of time passing, the pain of finding love twice in a lifetime, of losing it in intervening years. It's exactly the way the story needs to unfold through music. It feels nostalgic. I'm already regretting the end. When the final curtain falls, there isn't just a standing ovation, there's a stomping one. I have the sense of light fixtures shaking, dust trickling from cracks in the walls. I have to rush back out to the lobby. We sell out of t-shirts tonight for the first time. But before I do, I swear I catch Calvin's eye as he stands to take his bow. Backstage, there is champagne overflowing and 100 bodies trying to get to our stars. After the merch booth is closed, I join the melee, but am nudged to the middle of the mob, and then the back, where I stand on my toes to watch person after person embrace my husband. Jeff's words from our pseudo-poker game rise to the surface of my consciousness, and bob there, refusing to be silenced. This is the very definition of being a supporting character. But I don't really mind that I'm this far away. I can still see the smile in his face, as bright as a spotlight, and his joy seems to vibrate across the distance. Surely everyone knows what a big deal this must be to him. But I still look at him and remember the subway musician, hunched over his guitar, sitting on a narrow stool, guitar case open at his feet. And now here he is, wearing a suit, standing beside Ramon Martin, and getting the praise and adoration of an entire cast and crew. I'm still on the sidelines, but I helped make that happen. After each person approaches, Calvin looks up, searching. I think he's trying to find Robert. He gives his hunt a tiny flicker of attention, before he looks back down to the person in front of him, thanking them, embracing them, listening to their praise. And then he looks up again. Robert finds him finally, and the two men embrace, clapping each other on the back. But again, when Robert pulls away, Calvin looks up, and only then. Only when Robert points, only when Calvin grins so wide, do I realize he's been searching for me. Calvin's expression clears, and he pushes through, making his way over. The crowd parts to let him by, and I barely have time to appreciate his officer and a gentleman marching approach before his arms are around my waist and I'm lifted off the ground. We did it! I laugh, wrapping my arms around his shoulders. He is warm, his back is damp with sweat, and his hair tickles the side of my face. You did it! Calvin murmurs, No, over and over, and then starts laughing. He smells like aftershave and sweat, and I can feel his smile against my neck. How was it? He asks, voice muffled. Holy shit, it was... He pulls back to look at my face. Yeah? Did you get to see me? I thought I saw you at the very end. I tried to find you. I am so proud, I burst into tears. This makes him laugh even harder. All right, Mustorine. Let's go have some champagne. Chapter 18. Rolling over, I straighten my legs and push my hair out of my face. A hammer inside my cranium bangs against my skull in protest. Do not move, it says. The sunlight beaming across the bed feels like it's coming from a star just outside my window. Calvin's groggy moan reaches me from the other side of the bed. The other side of the bed? I sit up, jerking the sheet across my bare chest, and my world tilts in a heaving, nauseating lurch. Oh, I'm naked. I'm naked? I pull the sheet away from Calvin's face-down form, and he is also naked. The visual reminder is quickly chased by the more physical one. I am sore. Oh my God, sore. What the hell did we do, sore? He presses his face into the pillow. I feel like I'm marinated in beer, he says, words muffled. And then he twists, looking over his shoulder, staring down at his body. Where are my clothes? I don't know. He looks at me and seems to surmise that I am equally naked under the sheet. Where are yours? I keep my gaze carefully diverted from his muscular backside. I don't know that either. I think I'm still wearing a condom. He rolls over and I get an eyeful of impressive morning wood before my gaze shoots skyward again, fixed on the ceiling. He is indeed still wearing a condom. With a whimper, he slowly peels it away and bends, dropping it in the trash bin near my bed. He rolls back, and the resulting silence pulls my attention over to his face. He's grinning. Hi. I think my cheeks are going to melt under the heat of this blush. Hi. Saturday morning, late February, in my bed with Calvin McLoughlin. My bed. I have located myself in time and space, but I still have no recollection of how we ended up here. He scratches just below his eye. Don't be surprised, okay? But I think... He looks around at the mess of my bed. I think we finally consummated the marriage last night. This theory is supported by the obnoxious hickey on your shoulder. He turns his head to check for himself and looks back at me, impressed. Do you remember anything? He asks, squinting at me through one eye. Inhaling deeply, I think back. Champagne at the theater. He crossed the room, and everything inside me turned into tiny golden bubbles. Dinner with about 15 others. Wine. Lots and lots of wine. Dancing? I ask. He hesitates. Yeah. More drinks and the deep pulsing of music. Being tugged onto the dance floor, Calvin pulling me right up against him, his hands bracketing my hips, his thighs sliding between my legs. His mouth just below my ear saying, I can feel the heat of you. Is it the drink or is it me? And then, watching him trip toward the bar and calling after him, no more shots! The smile on his face when he returned, handing me a shot anyway. His gleeful, just one more. This is called a cowboy cocksucker. More dancing, more of his hands on my hips and my ass, and snaking up my waist, flirting with the sides of my breasts. I remember sliding my hand up beneath his shirt, feeling the heat of his stomach on my palm, and I remember how our eyes met. He said, I want to take you to bed. A stumbling walk home at 3 a.m. I glanced toward the doorway to my bedroom, finding my discarded dress there. It's muddy, and that triggers another image. I fell. Right. He reaches for my comforter, which is slipped onto the floor, and pulls it over his lower half, sparing me the effort it's taking to keep not looking. Apparently I failed to save you. I remember this. Oh, God. I drunk yelled at him for not having faster reflexes. He picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and carried me back to the apartment. And then... Oh. Then it was a frenzy. I think we both remember it at the same time, but I can't look at him to confirm. I remember him walking in the door, the way he slid me down his body, his hands all over my ass, and then how we just stood there, weaving, staring at each other. I like you, he said. You keep saying that. Well, I do. He bent in the only remaining tentative moment of the night and pressed his mouth to mine. It was like pushing my maniac button. I mauled you, I said. He laughs, delighted. I think you did. God, we were drunk. A slideshow shuffles through my head, tearing off clothes, mouths everywhere, teeth knocking, fingers, lips, and then him over me, pushing inside. Neither of us. He trails off. It takes me a second to figure out what he's saying, and then I blurt it out. Finished. We gave it a good effort, but after a while, I think we just passed out. He laughs again. What a testament to my masculinity. My verbal filter is apparently gone. Does that mean we didn't consummate? He giggles and pulls a pillow over his face. The sex is the consummation, not the orgasm. 100 questions fly into my head, birds flapping in the confined space. But without the orgasm, did he like it? Did he mean for us to, Does he feel weird about it? Do I? I mean, obviously I've wanted to have sex with him since the beginning of time, but I didn't really want it to happen like this. Drunk, messy, and where the emotional implication is so vague. You okay? He asks, dropping the pillow. I mean mentally and... He nods to my body beneath the covers. Yeah. You? This makes him laugh, like he doesn't even need to answer, and there's some consolation in that. Don't look, he says, grinning over at me. I gotta pee, and I'm gonna walk naked to your bathroom because I think you ripped my clothes off by the front door. I squeeze my eyes shut. It's your bathroom too. Once he's gone, I bend over, picking up my phone. I immediately want to text Lulu and tell her about this insanity, but I hesitate. Lulu used to feel like my bestie, the person I wanted to share every tiny detail with. But the past few weeks, she's been hard to read, and I don't like the sense I have that she would eventually use this story against me somehow. I'm just starting to turn my screen back off when I catch the number of texts in my iMessage app. There are 364. What the hell? I open it, reading the one up top from Jeff, delivered only 3 minutes ago. I'm assuming you're still asleep. Careful where you get your hangover breakfast today. What? There are 73 texts from Lulu, and the bottom 10 are in all caps. I only need to read the most recent one to begin to understand what's going on. Open your goddamn Twitter! I open the app. Oh my Jesus. I scroll and scroll and scroll. In the other room, the toilet flushes, the water runs, and the door opens. Calvin comes back into the bedroom wearing only boxers. Let's head down to Morning Star, he says. Get some greasy eggs, some bangers, some solid hangover food. I think we have eggs here. No, Halls, he says, flopping down at the end of the bed. Food. I don't even care that the movement has tugged the sheet off my boobs, and he's getting his own eyeful. I'm not sure we should go out and about today, I say, looking up. I'm trying to fight the hysterical bubble that's formed in my throat. You're trending on Twitter. Chapter 19. Honestly, despite the looming awkward of the drunken sex in our rearview mirror, it's all fun and games for 2 hours of social media surfing, until we come across ads for penis enlargers in the #ItPossessedHim tag. With a surprised grunt, Calvin slams my laptop shut, and we turn to stare at each other in shock. I don't know where to start, he says. Do we talk about the social media thing, the sex we sort of had last night, or whether or not I should invest in the penis enlarger? I can't maintain eye contact when he goes there, because I think my brain starts bleeding. So I look over to the bookcases when I say, I don't think that we should talk any more about the social media thing. I laugh. That's the only safe topic. In my peripheral vision, he nods. So you're saying I need a penis enlarger? That's not what I'm saying. My face hurts from all the embarrassed wincing I've done since we woke up. I'm trying to make light of this. That's what I do. I'm getting that. He nods slowly, licking his lips. Good. Hungry? I'm starving. The problem is we're both hungover and terrified of exiting the apartment. It's not that he's recognizable yet. It's that, from my living room window, we can see 3 photographers lazily wandering back and forth in front of my building. Calvin's Twitter account went from a paltry 22 followers yesterday to over 60,000 this morning. And every time we look, it's higher. He's tweeted 3 times in 2 years, and the third one, which he tweeted this morning and is a photo I took of him and Ramon after their first rehearsal together, when they're shaking hands and laughing incredulously, because, really, the 2 of them together are magic, has been retweeted over 7,000 times. So there's that. Also, apparently Lin-Manuel Miranda was there last night, as was Amy Schumer. I'm not sure I can rally my meager cerebral responses to comprehend this, while at the same time calculating the true contrast of his talent to my meh. I think I'm in some sort of shock. I can't interact like a reasonable adult, even when Calvin is asking me direct questions. We had sex. We're married. He's a trending topic on Twitter. I honestly, truly, do not know how to proceed here. On the one hand, I could just ask him, be honest, how much do you regret the sex last night? The worst thing he could say is, a little. Which, of course, I would understand. And then we wouldn't even bother to pick up the pieces. We have a matter of months of required marriage left. And instead, we'd figure out how to move past them down the road. On the other hand, it might be better for us both if we just keep on joking and move past it without any serious conversation. His making light of things makes me think, Holland! I startle as Calvin leans into my field of vision. Are you alive? Based on the playfully exasperated look on his face, I've missed something. Sorry, what? He shakes his hair out of his eyes, and I get the full impact of both of them, smiling over at me. I asked you whether you wanted eggs, and when you didn't answer, I decided you would want eggs, but then asked whether you wanted the bollocks American bacon in the fridge, or something greasier, like delivery burgers. When did you say all this? When you were mouthing your thoughts at the bookcases? I frown. I was mouthing my thoughts? He nods. What was I mouthing? A grin flirts with the corner of his mouth. I don't know. You tell me. I bet it was something about sex. I don't even know what to say right now, so I just throw out, let's get burgers. He seems to like this answer, snapping his fingers decisively and walking to the counter to get his phone. I want to say something, not only to pull my brain out of the frantic recollection of every savory detail from last night, but because I'm not sure how to feel about how easily he seems to rebound from having emotionally murky, drunk sex. You have a performance tonight, I blurt, as if he could forget. It's a rare week without a matinee, but they had planned for Lewis's departure, and the schedule is a little light as a result. Looking around into the kitchen to the clock on the stove, he says, Robert said I need to be there at 5. He's still wearing only boxers. I hear him on the phone ordering our lunch. Burgers and fries. And I'm happily staring at him unobstructed. Oh my God, we had sex. When my own phone buzzes on the coffee table, it's Jeff. My heart slams against my sternum. Jeff doesn't often call. He's a texter. If he's calling, if something has gone wrong over at the immigration offices. Hello? Hey, sweetie, Jeff says. He sounds happy. This is good. Hey, Jeffy, what's up? Good news, he says and then laughs. I think. Time slows. It's like I know what he's going to say, but I need him to say it anyway. Yeah? Your interview is scheduled. I look up at Calvin, who's finished ordering and is headed back to the couch. The pleasure I take from him being in only underwear, and the stress of what Jeff has just said, are brewing a strange concoction in my belly. Our interview is scheduled, I whisper to him. His eyebrows shoot up, and I swear his boxers slide another inch down his happy trail. But here's the bad news, Jeff says, and my stomach drops. Sam had an opening, and he worked some magic for you to be penciled in. Okay, I say slowly. When is it? Calvin watches my face to gauge my reaction. Jeff clears his throat. Monday at 10. We have 2 hours before we need to leave for the theater, and we'll have tomorrow to talk, but it's not enough. We expected we'd have at least a couple more weeks to prepare for the interview. The internet is a godsend when it comes to sample questions, and Jeff assured me before he hung up that Sam Doherty is really nice, and this meeting isn't something we should be worried about. But how is that possible? We only have to lie convincingly to a nice person about our sham of a marriage? I don't want to be busted for this. I'm not a hardened woman. I would decay quickly in prison. It's been so long since I crammed for an exam, and this one seems more important than anything in high school, college, or grad school. At least we had sex. There's one less thing to lie about. Too bad we barely remember it. Swallowing an enormous bite of burger, Calvin looks as relaxed as ever. You were Holland Bakker, youngest of 6. He wipes a napkin across his lips. You're incredibly close to your Uncle Jeff, who was your mother's youngest brother and married to my boss, Robert O'Kye. You were born the 15th of April, he says, which is also tax day in the States. Extra credit, I say, and return his high five. You are Calvin Aidan McLoughlin, born in Galway, Ireland, which is very interesting since, according to most Americans, the only city in Ireland is Dublin, and are the oldest of 4. Your mother is Marina, and she is a homemaker. Your father, Patrick, is in medical equipment manufacturing. He grins, impressed. Your favorite food is Greek. I'm charmed he remembered this, especially considering I think I mumbled it as I was shoveling spanakopita in my face one evening. Your favorite is sushi? He laughs, shaking his head. I hate sushi. Okay, I admit. That was a guess. Chinese? My favorite cuisine is German food. I guffaw. German isn't really a cuisine, is it? He crosses his eyes at me. Let's pull up from the weeds, Mrs. McLoughlin. Mr. Baker, you've played guitar since you were 4. I chomp on a fry. We met on a train, but this was 6 months ago, remember, not 5 weeks, and you asked me to dinner. Calvin puts his feet up on the coffee table. That first date was at Mercato, and we went home and had sex. I choke on a bite of burger. We did? Calvin leans over, kissing my cheek. Don't you remember? We couldn't keep our hands off each other. Oh, completely, I say, laughing so awkwardly the sound of it actually makes me want to punch myself in the mouth. Okay, yeah, I mean, of course, we've had a lot of sex. Like, newlywed and so into sex. Of course. There's a beat of dead silence as Calvin tries to figure out what the hell is happening. And I can't help him because I have no idea what my mouth is doing either. My brain has clearly checked out. Right, he says slowly. A lot of sex. His grin starts tiny and turns into a beacon of amusement. Should I tell him you like it a little dirty? I swallow a bite of fry before I've even chewed it. My eyes water instantly. What? I mean, you do, don't you? He licks his lips and stares at mine. Certainly seemed that way. I don't even know what's happening. I wipe my mouth, like there might be a line of drool there. I like seeing you speechless. I am, yes, out of words. His smile straightens and he licks his lips again, leaning forward a little. With a jerk, I cough and resolutely ball my burger wrapper up. Moving on. You are now a part of the orchestra for It Possessed Him, I say, but formerly you were a freelance performer and played in various bands, including a cover band called Loose Springsteen. Please don't tell them that. I don't want that a matter of government record. I giggle. And you apparently like to walk around the apartment almost naked. He looks slyly at me. You keep the heat up pretty high. I am no match for his verbal flirting. Is it too warm in here? Calvin shrugs and his greenish eyes are lit with tiny stars. You're pretty red. You're embarrassing me. By being half naked? By bringing up the sex we had. The sex we didn't have, he corrects, becoming more amused by the minute. That first date was pretend sex. Last night was real sex, without satisfaction for either of us. I'm wondering whether that has us both a little jittery. Maybe you'll find something to help you in the couch. For a second, maybe more, I'm starting to think he's flirting. I'm starting to think that he's suggesting we go have some more real sex before we have to leave for work. He's certainly dialed up the charm this afternoon. But as he holds on to the smile, it becomes a little forced, and his eyes flicker away, to the clock, down to his phone. And that is not a smile I've seen on his face before. Or have I? The bubble pops. Calvin is good at this. It took him no time at all to say yes to my proposal. The kiss on the wedding day made my knees weak, but he's never tried to kiss me again. Well, not including last night's booze-induced mauling. But he's really good at the emotions, the intuition of feeling. It's part of what makes him such a good musician. And I'm not. I've never been a game player. Our interview is Monday, and we need to crush it. There's a kernel inside me holding steadfast that knows he's playing a game, trying to get me to loosen up enough to be convincing. Yes, he's charming, and yes, of course, he's gorgeous. But he wants this job and this life more than anything. I think back to his words the other day. The entire time I've been here, I've wanted this. Exactly this. After I graduated, I thought something like this would come. I wanted this show so much I just stayed. This is what is most important to him. And that's when it hits me. If playing me and flirting with me, and even sleeping with me, will get him that life, I don't doubt for 1 second that he would do it. Chapter 20. I hope you don't mind my brother passing on your number. This is Bridget, by the way. I peer down at my phone. Bridget. Bridget? Oh, Bridget, as in Calvin's sister Bridget. Calvin? I walk out of the bathroom and round the corner to find him standing in the kitchen. One can only assume he's wearing boxers, because from where I'm standing, and with his lower half currently obscured by the counter, he looks like he's eating cereal wearing nothing but his wedding ring. Help. When he sees me, he lifts a forearm to wipe his mouth, and my eyes zero in like tractor beams. With his arm out of the way, I am confronted with an unobstructed view of pectorals, abdominals, obliques. I see it each day. What is this extraordinary life? But it knocks the wind out of me every time. I know you're not hungry, so I thought I'd grab something quick before we go. He points to the phone still clutched in my hand and drops his voice to a whisper. Someone on the phone? I begrudgingly rip my gaze from his torso and meet his eyes. Yes, phone. Did you by chance give your sister my number? Calvin sets his bowl in the sink and steps around the counter. He is wearing boxers, but now I can see his legs too. I'm not sure this is any better. Standing across from me in the doorway, he looks down, sheepish. She kept asking, and since she doesn't know this is... He motions between us, and I know what he's implying. Not real. I figured it best to give in. I hope you're not angry. She's not much of a texter, so you'll probably barely hear from her. No, it's fine. And you're right. It would look weird if I didn't interact with him at all. Calvin leans against the doorway across from where I stand, and is entirely too naked to be this close. I push away and turn to face him in the hallway. On the one hand, it's sort of lovely to have his sister's information. Our lives are becoming interwoven. We are marking up each other's history with permanent ink. On the other hand, he hasn't been home in 4 years. It's hard to know how much emotional currency he has really spent by connecting me with his sister. She won't get too personal, he assures me. It's the McLoughlin way. I laugh at this. Clearly it's the Bakker way as well. And upside, at least I won't have to lie that I'm in touch with them. True. His smile slips for a moment before it's replaced with one that doesn't crinkle his eyes the way I'm used to. It's the absence that makes it so notable. Speaking of, I guess we should get ready to go. Calvin stares ahead at the Federal Building, and together we look up, up, up. I have the same feeling right now that I did as a kid hearing, "Just wait till your father gets home." I nod in agreement, congratulating myself on having the foresight to skip breakfast. He would just be coming back up right around now. Calvin turns to me, and the faint colour blooming across the tops of his cheekbones sets off a domino course of panic inside my chest. He looked completely calm at his audition, and only mildly anxious at our wedding. Seeing him nervous now only makes me more jittery. Before we go in, he says, can we double-check that we have everything? Between us, We've checked and rechecked at least a dozen times, but I'm soothed that Calvin's need to be prepared is almost as obsessive as mine. We step out of the main walkway and off to the side, next to a half-moon planter with a set of trees on each end. In the spring there would be shade overhead, and lush branches heavy with blooms. Right now they're skeletal and stark against the looming grey sky. Calvin closes in to block the wind, and I pull out the binder, careful not to let anything slip to the wet ground at our feet. Copies of everything we've already sent, I say, turning past the first stack. Photos, joint bills, copies of our applications. I nod into the cold. It's all here. He nods back and squints up at the building. We ready? No. At least this makes him laugh. What else can we sort out in the next? He pulls my arm up, sliding my coat higher to peek at my watch. 4 minutes. Just this little gesture, that he knew I would be wearing a watch, gives me a measure of calm. I guess we're good. I still don't know that much about his family dynamic. I don't know much about his childhood. I still don't know that much about his time in the States. But I guess it's understandable. As far as they know, we met only 6 months ago. He presses a single kiss to my brow, and my heart leaps into my throat, before he sucks in a breath and steps away, taking my hand. The flush in his cheeks has spread, and when he looks up again, I see that his neck is flushed now too. He gives my arm a gentle tug. Let's get on with it then. The gravity of what we're about to do really hits home once we're inside. There's an austerity in the air, an impression that this is not the place to expect to be charming and get away with anything. A set of metal detectors sits just inside the doorway, and a stoic security guard watches while we sign in and pull out our identification. We peel layers off in silence, placing coats and scarves and bags into grey plastic tubs that are shuttled away on a conveyor belt. Calvin motions for me to go first into the scanner. Once through, we silently find the elevator. My heart is a hammer now. We climb in. Calvin's hand grows sweaty in mine, and he reaches with his free hand to press the button for our floor. I curse the hard-soled Mary Janes I'm wearing as they alternately squeak and then clunk across the glossy tiled floor. I try to adjust my footfalls and end up doing an awkward shuffle dance down the hallway. Never a dull moment. Calvin quips at my side. I growl through a laugh, trying to walk normally. I'm not great with pressure. No, he says in mock disbelief. I shove him a little. At least I don't have to pee. When I was a kid, my mom knew where every bathroom in Des Moines was located. Even a hint of anxiety and I'd pee my pants. He stifles a laugh. I was a thumbsucker. Tons of kids do that. Not till they're 4. God, Mom tried everything to get me to stop. Socks on the hands, bribery, even painting my thumb with this clear stuff that tasted awful. He scrunches his nose at the memory. Then we visited my uncle, and he told me to pluck on his old guitar when I felt the need to do it. And that was it. I never looked back. We reached the office door, and I tucked that piece of information away in my Calvin vault. Understandably, this room has none of the optimistic charm found at the marriage bureau. The carpet is standard industrial grey, and a handful of other couples sit in metal and fabric reception chairs. One couple seems to have brought a lawyer with them. Jeff told us not to. He said more often than not, it tends to make the immigration officer suspicious, and that there was no need. I hope he was right. At least 20 minutes go by. Calvin and I try to quiz each other in a way that looks more like flirting and less like cramming for a last-minute test, and get so caught up that we startle when our names are called. I'm assaulted by the mental image of cartoon characters with sweat spouting from their foreheads and the word liars flashing above. Calvin links his fingers with mine again when we stand, and we're greeted by a smiling man with more forehead than hair who introduces himself as Sam Doherty. Inside his office, Officer Doherty sits down in a chair that creaks each time he shifts. All right. Please repeat after me. I swear that the information I'm about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. We repeat it in quiet unison, and I wipe my sweaty hand on my thigh when we're done. With his eyes on the file in front of him, Doherty begins. Calvin, may I please have your passport and driver's license if applicable? And Holland, I need whatever proof of citizenship you've brought with you. We huddle together, and despite knowing this file backward and forward, it takes a comical amount of time and repeated paper shuffling to find what he needs. I feel the tremor in my hands as I hand it over, and can see it in Calvin's too. Thank you, Doherty says, taking them. And thank you for making copies. That's always appreciated. Even though I sense that he's going out of his way to be nice, my heart is pounding in my throat. But when I glance over to Calvin, any trace of nerve seemed to have left him. He sits comfortably in his chair, hands loosely folded in his lap, with one leg easily crossed over the other. I take a breath, wishing he could funnel some of that calm into me. When did you enter the country? Calvin answers honestly. 8 years ago. And I note the tiny quirk in Doherty's brow as he writes this down. I clench my own hands on my lap to keep from leaning forward and explaining. See, he's a brilliant musician and kept thinking that the right opportunity would come along, and then it didn't, and before he knew it, he'd been here 4 years illegally and was terrified he'd lost any shot at playing music in the States. Calvin glances at me, lifting a brow as if he can tell that I'm on the verge of losing it. He winks, and my blood pressure backs off. The cold panic thaws along my skin. I tune back in, following their conversation. Where did you go to school? What did you study? When were you born? Where were you born? What did you do to make ends meet? Calvin nods, having prepared for this last question. Although street performance itself is protected under the First Amendment as artistic expression, we agreed with Jeff that busking didn't lend credibility to Calvin's plan to play the part of a classically trained musician. I've been playing with a number of local bands, he says, performing at various venues. Such as? Doherty asks without looking up. A Hole in the Hall, Calvin says and winks at me. Bowery, Café Wa, Arlene's Grocery, tons of places. Officer Doherty turns to me and smiles. He seems completely satisfied with all of this so far. Is this your first marriage? Yes, sir. And do you have the marriage certificate with you? I fumble through the papers again and Calvin leans forward, gently pointing out the right document. Right there, McCree. I manage to mutter some breathy version of thanks and hand it over. Were your parents at the ceremony, Holland? My parents? No, I say. They don't like to fly and it was all sort of a whirlwind. I swallow down my nerves. It was just us and our best friends. No family there? A tiny stab to my heart. No. He writes something down on a sheet of paper, nodding. I suspect he already knew this. And what about your parents, Mr. McLoughlin? Calvin shifts in his seat. No, sir. Doherty pauses, taking this in, before writing something down. Defensiveness rises in me. Calvin's youngest sister has cerebral palsy. Her medical expenses are enormous, and the family couldn't afford to come out. Our hope is to travel to see them this summer to celebrate. Doherty looks at me, and then turns sympathetic eyes to Calvin. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. McLoughlin, but I hear Ireland is beautiful in the summer. Calvin reaches over, taking my hand and giving it a squeeze. Doherty goes through another round of questioning, where this time the goal is to verify that Calvin is of good moral character, and he answers with flying colors. I'm just beginning to relax, to think, holy shit, what was I so worried about? When Officer Doherty clears his throat, puts his notebook down, and looks us in the eye in turn. So, Calvin and Holland, now we move on to the final part of the interview, and the part I'm sure you've heard the most about, where we hope to determine the authenticity of this marriage. That sound? That was my heart falling like a brick from the sky and crumbling on impact. Believe it or not, some people aren't actually in love. He leans back in his chair. Squeak, squeak. They come in here trying to obtain a fraudulent green card. He says this like it's the most absurd thing he's ever heard. Calvin and I make a show of looking at each other, attempting to mirror his disbelief. and it's my job to figure that out and identify red flags. I am required to remind you that you are under oath, and the penalty for perjury is up to 5 years in a federal prison, and/or a fine of up to $250,000. I swallow, and then swallow again. A vision of me in an orange jumpsuit flashes in my thoughts, and I have to resist the urge to laugh hysterically. I'm going to ask you some questions to assess whether or not you can satisfy your burden of proof as to whether your marriage is real. First of all, do you have documents to substantiate the marriage? You have our certificate. I pull a stack of papers from my folder. And here's the lease agreement. I slide it in front of him, followed by several more papers. A copy of our utility bills and our joint account. So you have checks in both your names? Yes, we have checks! My face explodes in a fireball. Beside me, Calvin lifts a hand to casually cover his smile. One would hope so. With a smile, Doherty searches through a list of information. Calvin, where did Holland study? She went to Yale and then Columbia. He says, she has a degree in English and her MFA in creative writing. Doherty looks up, surprised. MFA? Wow. Yes, sir. And Holland, where did you and Calvin meet? We met... My brain is a slow-motion train wreck, coming around the curve too fast before completely careening off the rails. At the subway. Our plan is to say we met on the subway, riding together. Our plan is to avoid mentioning that he was busking for money, and instead focus on various musical gigs with local bands. Our plan is to be smooth, for Christ's sake. So I have no idea what's happening when the next words fly out of my mouth. I used to watch him play. I mentally scream as our carefully crafted, simple story somehow flies out of my brain. At one of the clubs? Doherty asks, brows raised. Fix this, Holland. Say yes. No. Shit. At 50th Street Station. I would play there a couple of times a week. Calvin covers easily. It was more for fun than anything. Doherty nods and makes note of this. I could hear music when I'd pass, and one day I decided to see who it was. I swallow, wondering if that's the end of what has to be my complete mental breakdown. No such luck. I couldn't take my eyes off him, and so I'd sometimes take the train when I didn't need to just to hear him play. I'm afraid to look at Calvin, and instead keep my eyes straight ahead to where the fluorescent bulbs are reflecting off Officer Doherty's bald head. I've heard a lot of stories, but that is a new one, he says. Very romantic. And how long before you talk to him? For Christ's sake, shut up, Holland. 6 months. Calvin slowly turns to me. Oh, my goodness, that is a crush. Doherty makes a few notes in his files, and I swear I am sweating through my chair. And Calvin, what did you first notice about Holland? Her eyes, he says without hesitation, even though our story has dramatically changed. The first time she talked to me, we didn't say much, but I remember her eyes. They're hypnotizing. He noticed my eyes? They're hypnotizing. Does he actually remember that I spoke to him that night before the zombie attack, or is he playing along? I don't even get time to savor this moment because the officer looks up at me as if to verify this. And Holland, do you remember what you said? I feel the embarrassment all over again. I think I blurted out something about his music. Calvin nods. She said, I love your music, and then sort of shuffled away. I look over at him and laugh. I feel jubilant. He remembers. I'd been drinking in Brooklyn with Lulu. I tell him. I figure that out in the time since my story. Officer Doherty chuckles down at his papers. A love story as old as time. We walk to the elevator in silence, and our steps reverberate down the hall. I think we did it. I think we did it. I am mortified that I admitted to essentially stalking him, but it doesn't seem to have fazed him at all. And who cares? Because we did it. The elevator doors open and we step inside. Thank God it's empty. I fall back against the back wall, stunned. Holy shit. He pushes a hand into his hair. Holy shit, that was amazing. I open my mouth. My body hasn't caught up with my brain yet. I still feel like I'm on high alert. Oh my God. I almost lost it for a second when you blanked on how we met, he says. But then you came up with that brilliant story about watching me for months. Oh, shit. The idea of you coming to the station every day just to hear me play, he says, shaking his head. It's insane. He ate it up like cake. Total cake, I mumble. Would he like me less if he knew that it was the truth? That I watched him for 6 months? That I wanted him, in painful silence, for too many subway rides to remember? He moves a step closer, crowding me against the elevator wall. Do you know what happens now? With him so close, I want to tell him every embarrassing time I wondered what color his eyes were, what he'd sound like when he opened his mouth, what he looked like when he smiled. With him this close, my brain becomes a film reel of every second Calvin was naked in my bed. The smell of him and the sight of his face, at this distance, triggers the memory of how his skin felt sliding over mine, of him above me, moving. What? I say, eyes glazed over. His teeth press down on his bottom lip before his mouth curves into a beaming smile. Now, we celebrate. Chapter 21. The plan is to go out for a celebratory lunch, but Calvin wants to stop at the apartment first. This morning I was too nervous to contemplate eating. Now I'm too excited. We're both behaving like goofballs, racing from the subway station to the corner, play wrestling outside the building, running up the stairs with enormous grins. I am aware, in this sharp sweep of clarity, how much fun I have with him. In the time since we got married, I've discovered that I don't only appreciate his awesome face and hot body, but I genuinely adore being around him. We have fun because he is fun, and there's a little ache that chases that realization, because I wonder where this can actually go. Yes, he seems to enjoy being around me, but it's not like he has a choice. And Calvin seems like the kind of guy who can make the best out of any circumstance. I fumble with my keys outside the door, and he leans into me, breathless from the race upstairs, resting his chin near my temple. Are you starving? He asks. I shake my head, shoving the key into the lock. I'm still too excited to be hungry. The feel of him against me, his chest against my arm, his breath on my neck, would completely annihilate my appetite anyway. You were so good, he says, and kisses my hair. There's a little growl at the end of the word good that feels like fingers running up and down my spine, and I hear the echo of his words from 2 nights ago. I can feel the heat of you. Is it the drink, or is it me? I don't want to misread this situation, because it could be devastating to think he's into me, when he's really just being sweet and grateful, still high on adrenaline. But my pulse is rioting. The low ache in my belly is intensifying with every second. You needed to grab something? He follows me in and closes the door behind us, saying, I don't need to get anything. Did I misunderstand him? But I thought... I move to put down my keys, but he reaches for my arm, turning me, gently guiding until I'm pressed with my back against the door. I didn't need to get anything from the apartment. What? Calvin bends and his mouth hovers just below my ear. I just wanted to come home before lunch. Oh. The ache explodes. My body is pretty sure it understands his meaning clearly. My hands move up his chest and around his neck, but my brain is always the problem. Why? He laughs, scraping my jaw with his teeth, and then kisses my cheek, my ear. Do you realize you've been avoiding any casual physical contact since we woke up in bed together? I have? I pull back. It's surreal to be looking into his eyes when they're so close to mine. This makes him laugh again. I think I've made it pretty clear you can have me if you want me. I practically refuse to put on clothes when we're in the apartment. Oh, that's true. He smiles, kissing my nose. But if you aren't interested, I'll leave you alone and not ask again. I hurl my words out like I'm bidding at an auction. I'm interested. I've wanted this since the first time we had lunch. What? His smile moves up my neck, pressing parentheses into my skin. I remember how nervous and sweet you were. More kisses. I wondered whether you liked me that way. But you kept so calm with me in your house, and I'm out here on the couch thinking about you. I don't even know what to say to this. I want to repeat the way he says, thinking about you. He was out here feeling what I was feeling? My charade was too convincing. Apparently, I could have been getting Calvin sex for the past month. I want to both celebrate and scream. And then we fell into your bed, he says, and his mouth moves across my throat to the other ear. He sucks just below, pressing into me. Something hard digs into my hip, and I gasp. It makes him hiss. I like your sounds. I remember how many of them you made. His mouth moves closer to mine. What do you remember? Earlier, I say, and he kisses me once. In the elevator. When you were close to me, I was thinking about... He pulls back, waiting. Thinking about... When we were in my bed. What were we doing? I push back the self-conscious doubt in my throat. You were on top of me. We were already... Moving together, I don't say. Calvin groans, sliding his hands under my shirt to grip my waist. You were thinking about fucking me in the elevator. And just like that, I am hot everywhere. He's making this so easy. I was remembering that feeling of skin on skin, where you can't get enough. His mouth comes over mine, and I remember this too. It's not a new kiss. It's a kiss we've done before, teasing only at first, and then sucking, and deeper and hungry. He slides his hands farther up my shirt, and around so he's unfastening my bra with a tiny pinch. My shirt and bra are pulled off together, and his mouth moves down, dragging words over my skin. I stare down at his shoulders, reaching for his shirt, wanting to see the way the muscles move as he grabs me and holds me, as he works his mouth down my belly to the clasp of my skirt. My clothes are peeled off in front of the door again, but this time I notice everything. I notice how his skin looks in the dim light coming in the living room window, and I notice how he smiles even when he's kissing me. I notice the feel of his skin on my fingertips, and how it's even smoother against my lips. I notice he likes being licked on his chest. He likes being bitten near his hip, and his hands shake when he slides them into my hair as I move lower, taking him in my mouth. But the things I learn about Calvin right now won't ever be shared in an interview. Finally, we have something that is just for us. I don't need to know that he's quiet while he watches, his breaths initially cut off and then gasping. I don't need to know that he begs sweetly when he's close, or that he warns me, trying to slow his body down before he comes. But I learn these things anyway. And I don't need to know for anyone but myself that he's a tease when he puts his mouth on me, or that he'll touch me with the same fingers he uses to strum his guitar. And it's that knowledge that will send me over the edge on my living room floor. We get a drink of water, we move to my bed, and his mouth is all over me again, along my thighs, over my stomach, sucking at my chest. I'm sure we'll talk later, but for now we're only sounds and breathing. It feels like all we've done is talk, in this instructional, memorizing way, knowing that everything we say needs to be filed away for a later date. But right now, the only thing I want is to reconstruct that choppy memory of how it feels to have his weight on me and his skin all over mine. The strange thing is that all of this feels so easy and familiar. But when he's there, above me and then pushing inside, that's where the familiarity ends. I know now that that night we were nearly numb with intoxication, and I can say with certainty that he didn't watch as he inched into me. He didn't go this slowly. I can say with certainty that my eyes were probably closed, and it was all wilder and rougher because we could barely process a thing. And I know for sure it didn't feel like this. I'm so sensitive that he's only started to move and I'm clawing at him, pressing into him to get closer and closer, and we find a rhythm for so long where everything feels so good. We can't stop marveling over it, and it blows over me, unexpected. I'm coming and he's watching. Moving faster, he's so focused. His hips stutter against mine and he's there, following just after me. His deep groan of relief vibrates against my throat. I have one hand in his hair and the other on his neck. My legs are wound around him, hooked together at his lower back. Like this, we go still. It's raining outside. I didn't even realize. Heavy sheets of water sluice over the eaves and down onto the sidewalk. Was it good? He whispers, quietly reverent. Yeah. I swallow, catching my breath. You? He pulls back a little and stares down at me. Yeah. He bends, kissing me. I'm reeling. Calvin's breath is warm on my neck, his back still slick beneath my palms. The other night seems like drunken fumbling compared to what just happened between us, and I'm left momentarily out of words. He pushes up onto an elbow and reaches down between us with the other hand, anchoring the condom as he pulls out. When he shifts away to throw it in the bin, the entire front of my body goes cold, and I urge him back, pulling the covers over us. I don't think you'll ever be able to fake an orgasm with me. His voice is muffled by my shoulder. This makes me laugh. What? I mean, I wouldn't fake an orgasm, but what makes you say that? You get this flush, up your neck and across your face. I thought I could go a bit more, but then you started to come, and I was done for. I curl into him. The feel of his arms around me is so insane. I want to look at him again and again, to make sure I'm not imagining this. What time is it? I ask. He stretches to see my alarm clock on the other nightstand. 2. We have 27 blissful hours before we have to be anywhere. I nestle closer. Holland? Yeah? How did you know that my parents couldn't afford to come to the wedding? I pull back so I can see him. I just made that up. I assume Molly's medical care is really expensive. It is. He leans in, kissing my nose. It's been this enormous stress her whole life. This pushes a little ache into my chest. I've tried so hard to keep them from worrying about me, he says. I stare up at his face, watching his jaw tense as he swallows. Didn't want them spending the money to come out to see me living in Mark's flat, paying fuck all in rent. Little lies turned into big lies, and... He stops and looks down at me, searching back and forth between my eyes. I'll tell it all to you someday, but not now. It just felt good when you said that. He slides a hand up, over my breast, and coming to rest on my sternum. Feels like I don't always have to explain myself so much with you. The thrill that blooms inside me when he says this feels like a kite pushing up into the sky, expanding beneath my ribs. Well, for what it's worth, I can absolutely see how you stayed here for so long, and also why you wouldn't want them to worry about how you were doing, or who's taking care of you. Mom is really glad we're married, he says. I haven't been so good about keeping her up to date, but I'm trying to do better. I told her how good it all is with you, but my father is a tougher sell. I imagine that's why Bridget texted you. I wince, remembering. I need a reply. You were a bit busy today. I haven't told my parents yet, I admit. I can tell he's only mildly surprised by this. Yeah? Up close, his green eyes seem so much more complicated. Green, yellow, brown, bronze. It makes it hard to be flippant, or lie. They barely trust me to run my own life. They'd automatically assume that you're being used. In truth, there are a dozen reasons. This is definitely one of them. I don't think that, I quickly add. I was taking advantage at first, I suppose. Licking his lips, he seems to think on this for a few more seconds. But I knew that I liked you, knew I'd be happy to score with you. He laughs, kissing me. I thought there could be more. I just put the marriage before the feelings. Arranged marriages do that all the time. They do, He looks down at me. And you said a year after all. It seemed to be what you wanted. But what an enormous thing to do for Robert. For me. I wondered whether there might be more you wanted too. I don't know how to interpret this. I hate my brain sometimes. Does this mean sex is the equivalent of him fulfilling his end of the bargain? Was he pretending to not believe me about my 6-month crush and decided this is the way to repay the favor? Or do I take him at his word, that he wanted this from the beginning? My logical head wants to wait and see how I feel when I'm alone tomorrow, to not read too much into this. My heart and my heated blood want me to ask for more. My father thinks I should have stayed in Ireland, he says, after a few ticking beats of silence. Gotten a proper job. I glance up to him. In manufacturing? He nods. He reminds me I'm the oldest, that it's my responsibility to care for Molly when he and Mam are gone. I assume I'll go back someday. Always have. Are you ever homesick? I miss Des Moines in these unexpected bursts. Like when the sirens wail past over and over outside my window, and I just want quiet. Or in trash days, when all I can hear is the crashing and creaking and jostling of metal and refuse. Or when I leave my apartment and feel like everyone wants to stay in their bubble and not interact with another human on the planet. Yeah. Calvin rolls to his back, pulling me so I'm half on top of him. It feels easier there in some ways, and harder in others. The world feels smaller there, which is good and bad. I suppose we choose our hardships. I thought it'd be easier to find work in New York. But I was wrong. I can see how the years just went by, though. Yeah. He inhales slowly, and my head moves with the expanding of his ribs. It's so much less lonely now that I'm with you. Before, I felt rather untethered. Everything here feels so aware, if you know what I mean. Everyone pays so much attention to themselves. Well, it is the theater district. He laughs like I'd hoped he would. I mean more than all that. I mean how it feels like we're all always posing for a selfie, even when we're just talking. You're not like that. He pulls back, looking down at me. No? No. You're this huge, larger-than-life presence, and you don't even realize it. I run my hand over his chest. You're a genius with that guitar, but you're also so silly. No, simple, I say, quickly adding, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I want to think that, with you, what you see is what you get. I'd hope so. Everyone likes to think they're that way, but so few people are. In my words, I can hear the small question, can I trust this moment right here? I am so suddenly aware that we're naked, that we've just made love, and that I think he wants to again. You're just saying that because you like me. He smiles, rolling slightly to kiss me. I think he means it to be a small touch, lips to lips, like punctuation at the end of the sentence, but I press for more, climbing over him. He's right. I do like him. In fact, I worry in this moment right here that I'm falling too hard and too fast. Well, yeah. I reach down, wrapping my fingers around the part of him that is hard again, so soon. Haven't I heard you say you like me? He watches me lift my hips and lower them back down over him, before his eyes roll closed. Mastorine, I fear I like you too much. What does that nickname mean? The question comes out tight, already out of breath. His hands slide up my waist, cupping my breasts. It's strange. I haven't ever used it before. My skin heats beneath his palms. My granddad used to say it to my granny. It means my little darling. Chapter 22. The next few weeks are a blur of sex and takeout, of roaring applause and winter turning into spring, of quiet conversations and the rain on our way home. And every single time we walk in the front door, it feels like a warp back to surreal. Calvin isn't just staying in my apartment anymore. He lives there. I've never had a sexual relationship like this. Sex everywhere, every day, almost like we can't get enough. Instead of taking turns in the shower, we shower together. There's barely enough room for one, but as Calvin correctly points out, that's the best reason to do it. Some afternoons we have lunch with Robert and Jeff, but more often than not we're at home, preferring the quiet comfort of home pre-performance, reading, talking, watching a movie on the couch, or tangled together in bed. Calvin is a nearly insatiable lover, and his appetite for it calms the fever mirrored in me, makes me less self-conscious, and by the way it seems I want him again nearly as soon as we've finished. He kisses me constantly and brings me tiny gifts, bookmarks with quotes from books I adore, my favorite chocolate-covered oranges from the candy store around the corner, and tiny pink treasures, earrings, a woven bracelet from a street vendor, zany fuchsia-rimmed sunglasses. He eats like a ravenous teenager and prefers to be completely naked when we're home, just for the crack of it, insisting there's nothing like airing out after an intense day of rehearsal. "Ah, Holland," he says, putting on a thick accent. "It feels amazing. There's nothing like going bollocks bare when you're sweating in your trousers like that." And then he tackles me on the couch and tickles me until I'm hysterically laughing. And naked too. I try to remind myself that this isn't real, and it certainly isn't forever. But every time he rolls over in the middle of the night and wakes me up with his hands and his weight over me, it feels more real. Every time he brings me a cup of coffee with his crazy bedhead and pillow lines on his face, it feels more real. Every time he holds my jacket for me to slip into before we leave the apartment and kisses my cheek, it feels more real. Whether he's enthralling hundreds or moving above me staring unfocused at my lips, or quietly plucking away at his guitar on the sofa at noon, I wonder how I lived such a solitary, mediocre life before him. Even then, watching him so briefly create magic as he played at the station was the highlight of my week. But now he's become this consuming force of nature in my world. How could I possibly not fall in love with that? I reply to his sister, and despite Calvin's insistence that she's not much of a texter, she writes me again. Back and forth like this every day. At first with little innocuous tidbits and then with photos and stories. We get to know each other. Each little bit of him in my life is another nail building the home our hearts can inhabit. And with a hunger that is nearly aching, I want to bring his mother and sister out here to visit. I know he misses them. I don't have a lot extra, but together Bridget and I scrounge it together and buy 2 tickets to surprise him. One night, it's the climax of the second act, and Ramon is singing near the lip of the stage as his character watches his daughters move farther into the forest. Calvin accompanies him in the orchestra pit just a few feet away. This is the moment everyone waits for, where the attention of an entire audience is held by a single set of spotlights focused on Ramon. I can barely breathe during this song, and make a point each night of finding my way to the door to listen, to watch, to wait for that single note that, "Mama, is it going to be over soon? They're only singing for hours." A ripple of laughter moves through the auditorium at the sound of this boisterous kid voice, but Ramon plays into the entire thing, nodding in sympathy as the sheepish mother waves and carries the little girl away. The audience erupts into applause. Live theater is unpredictable, and most performers will say that's partly what they love about it. Whether it's an unruly child, or a missed lighting cue, or a wardrobe malfunction, the energy of the audience and these tiny uncertainties are exactly what makes it addicting. For Calvin, performing seems to be an intoxicating aphrodisiac. He finds me that night after his final bow and can hardly contain himself, trapping me against the iron frame of the forest set. His eyes are so bright with the mischievous joy I've grown addicted to. Dropping his arms to my waist, he lifts me just high enough for my feet to come off the ground. By now, the theater is practically empty, but he walks us both deeper backstage, dropping sucking kisses up my neck. "You were fantastic tonight," I tell him just before he puts his lips on mine. He speaks into the kiss. "I dropped a few notes and I didn't expect to." "Yeah, but only 2, I say, pulling back a little. And Ramon was really belting it out tonight, so I think only you and Robert noticed. And you, he whispers. I nod toward the side exit. Are you doing the stage door? Fans of the show wait outside behind the theater, hoping for a glimpse or a photo of one of the cast as they leave for the night. Ramon almost always stops by, and lately Calvin has had quite a fan club gathering there too. He places me back on my feet, and the front of my body drags along the front of his. He's half hard for me beneath his dress pants, and it's almost impossible not to wrap my legs around him and shimmy myself back up. Just over his shoulder I catch Brian as he looks away from where we're tucked into the shadows. I see the tail end of his disgusted sneer, and the expression communicates so much that I feel for a second like I've been punched. I can practically hear his voice. You are such a fucking fool, Holland. I close my eyes, press my face into Calvin's neck. This is real. It is. I'll go for a few minutes. He looks down when my phone buzzes in my back pocket. It's Lulu, I tell him, asking where the fucking hell we are. She's so demure, he says deadpan. I can't wait for her to come out of her shell and be more assertive. This makes me laugh. Go sign some autographs and I'll meet you out front in 10. I don't want to stay out too long. He brushes his lips over mine, lingering meaningfully. He shaved this morning, but his chin is already rough, and I'm strung like one of his guitar strings, tight and vibrating, knowing how that stubble feels between my thighs. We're meeting Lulu only about a block from the theater, at Dutch Fred's for burgers and drinks, but when I slip out the side door to grab Calvin 20 minutes later, he's still surrounded by fans and looks up at me with wild, helpless eyes. I've never seen him look overwhelmed before. Sorry, everyone, 5 more, I yell, pretending I have the authority. But sometimes pretending is all it takes. Calvin signs the last one and apologizes to the 20 or more people holding their programs. We duck down the alley, escaping via a secret route I use all the time when I don't want to run into Brian on my way out at the end of the day. This way. I tug his sleeve and he follows. There are a few puddles we avoid, and the smell down here isn't exactly fresh, but it will be a quick walk to the bar, and easy to avoid the crowds. After only a few steps, though, we hear footsteps, and I realize people are following us. I turn to look over my shoulder, and Calvin does the same. It's a mistake. Cell phone lights flicker blindingly as soon as he shows his face. At least a dozen iPhones are tracking our every move. I hear him mumble a bewildered, "What the fuck?" Where did Ramon go? I ask. He left in a car a few minutes before me. There's nowhere for us to go, but straight ahead or back into the mob. The alley narrows toward the end, where it makes a 90-degree turn behind a Chinese restaurant, and from the right side of that building, you can shimmy out onto 9th. Are they going to follow us the entire way? We start to jog. Calvin! Someone cries out, and a few teenage girls scream. And within an instant, the moment crumbles into mayhem. The group begins to run after us, and I feel a few bodies pressing up on our heels. He leads and I follow, both of us sprinting as fast as we can, shimmying along the grimy wall between the theater and the restaurant, before pressing into the narrow space between Ying's dumplings and a laundrette. A girl reaches past me, catching Calvin's sleeve and jerking him out of my grasp so she can snap a selfie. I get a glimpse of it. She looks maniacal, and he looks terrified. I have no doubt she'll still post it on every social media account she has. Easy, he says, trying to smile. I always hit the side door, every night. Please just come another time. They press forward, their hands all over him. And he's trying to be polite, but sweet Jesus, I am suddenly furious. I pull the closest hand off his jacket. Don't grab him. Don't chase us. Come back another night and my husband will sign your program. If you're calmer. The girl apologizes, staring wide-eyed at Calvin's face. It's like looking at someone in the height of Beatlemania. I know she isn't herself. She has that saucer-eyed, on the verge of tears air about her. But Calvin appears genuinely disturbed, and of course he is. There are at least 15 girls standing not 10 feet away from us, taking pictures of him every few seconds. A few are already crying. I slide my hand into his, and he looks down at me, anchoring. Ready? I ask. He nods. Don't follow us. I don't even recognize my voice. Never in my life have I been this firm. We walk alone for half a block. At least it seems the mob has turned back the other way, or decided to be decent humans and not chase him anymore. Calvin isn't letting go of my hand, and I swear I can feel his heart pounding through his skin. That was insane, he says. I stop, pulling him into a little alcove of a closed clothing store. He stares down at me, pulse hammering in his neck. You okay? I ask. He bends, hovering just in front of my lips before making contact. It isn't a morning kiss where we're sleepy and giggly, or a tipsy kiss where we're all teeth and filth. This feels like the way he would kiss me if he loved me, with both hands cupping my face, soft kisses all over my mouth, with no need to go farther in. He pulls back, and in the light, his eyes seem to be the same exact color as his hair, a light brown, amber. You're unbelievable, he says. I was a bitch. No, he kisses me again. I was literally terrified, and you weren't. By the time we get to Dutch Fred's, it is packed. Calvin and I cut a path through the crowd, ducking between diners and wicker chairs, and people cluttered around the tiki-themed bar to a table in the back where Lulu is already seated. Fucking finally. She stands, giving each of us a hard, tight hug. When she drops back into her seat, the chair skids backward a little, but she doesn't seem to notice. Sorry, the crowd was huge tonight. I nod to Calvin as he takes my jacket with still shaking hands. He was mobbed outside. Ooh, fancy pants. Lulu turns to the waitress, who has appeared to replace an empty wine glass with a full one, and mumbles her thanks. I'm tempted to tell her what happened, but it's obvious she doesn't care about anyone but herself tonight. The waitress turns to us. What can I get you guys? I nod to Lulu's drink as I settle into my chair. I'll have what she's having, and I lift my brows to Calvin in question. I'll have the left-hand milk stout, please. He unwinds a charcoal scarf from around his neck and gives her a shaky smile. Cheers. Cheers, Lulu repeats. God, you are so adorable, she says, but she sounds faintly disgusted. How long have you been here? I ask, covertly checking my watch. We're only about 20 minutes late, but it looks like Lulu is already a few rounds in. She picks up her glass and brings it to her lips. A while. I had an audition earlier and they interrupted me halfway into my first line to tell me they'd seen enough. I slide my hand over hers. Ugh, Lou, I'm sorry. With a sneering eye roll, she pulls her hand away to cup it around her wine glass. I figured since there's nothing else going on in my life, I might as well head over and get drunk. I'm caught like a snag on her tone. Lulu is clearly in a mood. Again. And after what has just happened outside the theater with Calvin, I'm going to have to work to put on a convincingly sympathetic voice. I'm sorry, sweetie. I don't remember you mentioning an audition. I would have helped you with... Of course you don't. I sit back in my seat like I've been shoved, looking to Calvin for confirmation. Am I misreading this? His small shrug tells me he's as baffled as I am. I'm cut off from asking what the hell her problem is when the waitress returns with our drinks. Before she leaves, Lulu orders another glass of wine. And maybe some food, I suggest. Have you eaten anything tonight? She regards me blankly over the top of her glass. Is this your not-so-subtle way of suggesting I've had too much to drink? It's my way of saying that it's nearly 11 and you might be in a better mood if you ate something. Lulu blinks pointedly down to the bar menu and orders a plate of shishito peppers and garlic parsley fries for the table to share, adding that the waitress should make sure to split that on the checks. Calvin shifts beside me, moving closer. So, any other auditions on the horizon? He asks her sweetly. Nothing new coming up. This was for a commercial for some electronics store, but apparently they wanted a fetus to play the part. Blah, 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 just like all of them. She lifts her wine glass, draining it. I can tell she's had a shit day. I've seen Lulu like this before. Normally, I would walk over to her side of the table, put my arm around her, and tell her how amazing she is. Tonight, it's like watching her through a warped set of glasses. I'm not even remotely interested in placating her. She's being a complete asshole, not amazing in the slightest. I take a sip of my own drink. Where's Jean? Working, I think. Who knows? Calvin and I exchange a look. So what's going on with you two? She asks, lifting her chin to us. The show going well? Other than the madness just now, it's brilliant, Calvin says, grinning. I swear I sit down and the lights dim and it still doesn't feel real. I lose my shit every time I see him up there, I add. It comes out as a jumble of breathless words, and Calvin laughs at me, leaning over to kiss my jaw. As if on cue, a woman approaches, clutching a playbill, and although Calvin initially looks mildly wary, she ends up asking, very politely with a shaking voice, for an autograph. Calvin smiles at her, charming with his crinkly eyes, and she goes into full-on fangirl mode, asking for a selfie, a hug, practically offering to birth his firstborn. He reaches for me, his hand landing on my thigh, and the cold press of his wedding ring through my tights makes heat spread in a wave across every inch of my skin. I clench my thighs together. For crying out loud, I'm still sore from last night. It's obvious to anyone watching that this still feels surreal for him, and I love witnessing him soak it up. How many of us in our lifetime get to experience this type of adulation? But across the table, Lulu is playing on her phone in dramatic boredom. With the playbill signed and selfie taken, Calvin looks at me in question before turning back to Lulu and offering, I can get you tickets if you want to come. Thanks, but no. She slides her phone back onto the tabletop. I see enough of it every freaking place I go. Wasn't Ryan Gosling there the other night or something? People were wetting themselves all over my Twitter feed. Calvin grins. It was a huge commotion and, honestly, a ton of fun backstage. He was. He's a friend of Ramon's. Did you meet him? I got to talk to him for a few minutes. Lulu looks at me, and then back to him, clearly expecting more fanfare. Did Holland lose her shit? She nearly knocks her wine glass over. I think she's seen Blue Valentine about 500 times. I mean, it was nothing compared to the crush she had on you before you met, but my heart stumbles in my chest and I quickly cut in. Did Jean mention he was looking for another job? Jeff's friend is opening a, I see you. Lulu wags a drunken finger in my direction. I see what you're doing. You don't get to change the subject that quickly. Look at you two now. Don't you want him to know? You were crazy about him. I'm sorry, who are we talking about? Calvin asks. My pulse is running like I've just finished a marathon. We're talking about you. Lulu reaches over and taps his nose before he can dodge her. I still remember the first day she saw you. She lost her goddamn mind. She even sent me a video of you playing at the subway station. Calvin glances at me, confused. From the night of the attack? She looks at him like he's dense. No, like way before. She sent me a video of you playing last summer and wouldn't shut up about it. Oh my God, she called you Jack. She smacks the table, cackling to herself. Do you remember Jack the busker, Holland? She turns back to him and leans her chin on her hand. We used to give her so much shit about it. I'm trying to get her attention, begging her with my eyes to stop talking, but she either doesn't see me or, more likely, doesn't care. I'm honestly wondering if it would be less awkward for me to pull the fire alarm or just knock the table over to shut her up. Okay, Lou, why don't you let me have that? I reach for her glass, but she jerks it away, and wine sloshes over the rim and down her arm. Are you kidding me? She yells. Heads turn. It's the height of the post-show crowd, and there's not an empty seat in the place. But Lulu's obnoxious drinking voice has risen to a level that can be heard even above the noise. Do not pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. You knew his schedule. You gave him a fake name. You didn't even need the subway but went to see him play. Because he's talented, I hedge, my mind racing with a way to get out of this. You're telling me you married him because he's talented? She asks, and then laughs, but it's choked off by a hiccup. You're telling me you're fucking him because he's talented? You're obsessed. Why do you think Brian was so quick to suggest you marry him? It was a joke. Do you really think he was serious? I mean, that is insane. She leans back in her chair, staring at me with unfocused eyes. But look, it all worked out. Now he's in your bed, and that's enough, Lulu. Calvin says, pulling me back from the table. He's barely touched the beer in front of him. Enough. What? She raises her hands like she's innocent. I'm not making any of this up. I don't know what's happening, or why she's doing this. I feel like I don't even know her. Standing, I reach for my purse and pull out my wallet. There are 3 20s inside, and I toss them on the table. I think we should go. Chapter 23. Calvin is quiet the entire walk home, hands in pockets, shoulders tucked up to his ears. We went from the terror of the chase to the intimacy of escaping it together, to the disaster of Lulu and her big mouth. I don't even know how to reel this night back in. There's nothing I can say. I did everything she said. I took subway trips I didn't need to take, and I watched him over and over. I sent her a video of him playing once, and even took a picture of him at the hole in the hall. I essentially told him all of this during our interview, but then let him believe it was just a story I made up to cover for my stumble with Doherty. I'm nauseated. I felt so powerful and necessary as we were walking into the bar, and then Lulu made me sound so creepy. If I were Calvin, I would definitely be silent on the walk home too. It's just what she said, and the way she said it, didn't feel true to me. I feel slandered. As soon as we arrive at the apartment, I sense it like a storm rolling in. I know it's coming. Calvin isn't a complicated man, but he doesn't let things go unsaid either. He places his keys and wallet on the counter carefully, like he doesn't want them to make any noise, shake anything else loose. He toes off his shoes near the door and whispers a quiet, "Excuse me," when he steps past me to use the bathroom. I want to vomit. I take the time to put on my pajamas, selecting my favorite frog tank top and pink polka dot shorts for courage. And then I sit on the bed waiting. We've spent nearly 3 dozen nights together in this room. What if, after this, he returns to the couch? Am I super weird? How would I feel if I found out he was essentially going out of his way to watch me for 6 months? How would I feel if he had a video of me on his phone and then offered to marry me to help me? A throat clears, and I look up to see him standing in the doorway, shirtless. He unfastens his pants, pushing them down his hips and kicking them into the laundry basket. Do I need to ask, or are you going to talk to me? Ask what? His eyes turn up, meeting mine, and I can tell he's disappointed that I'm evading. Yeah, I say, chewing at my lip. I know what you're talking about. Of course you do. Before I start, can I just say that Lulu was being terrible tonight? She made it sound different than it actually was. He leans against the doorway, pulling off one sock. What part did she have wrong? She made it sound a little more fatal attraction than it actually was. I wasn't obsessed, I say lamely. I just had a thing for you. Had a thing for a stranger you call Jack. Videotaped him in public. Followed him to a bar where I had no idea you were playing with that cover band. I interrupt, face hot. That was a total coincidence. Holland. Imagine if the roles were reversed. He's half naked as usual, and for once, I want to ask him to put on some goddamn clothes so I can concentrate. Imagine if he found out that I had gone to where you worked, taken pictures of you, taken video of you and sent it to a friend, and then we coincidentally end up in a marriage of convenience. I shake my head and look at my hands in my lap. Look, I know what you're saying, but I also know me and what my intentions were. I never intended to try to talk to you, or even make this into more. When I look up at him, I find him studying me dubiously. He moves his hair out of his eyes with a quick shake of his head. Yeah, but I didn't know you or your intentions. It washes things differently in hindsight. The tiny seed of heat in my chest starts to burn brighter. I admired you, I say, feeling a little defensive now. It was a private thing, for me. I wasn't being weird about it. I wasn't talking about you on Twitter or Facebook. I wasn't posting that video of you on Snapchat. You played at the station, some of my favorite pieces, and it was amazing. You seemed too good to be true sometimes. I got caught up in that and sent a 15-second video to exactly one person. Are you saying it's a bad thing that I was so invested in you? He walks over, sitting on the corner of the bed with his back to me. I'm not saying that. It ended up being fine. It's just odd. He lets out a heavy breath. Fine? It ended up being fine? I watch his shoulders rise and fall as he breathes, hating that I can't see his expression. I thought we came into this the same, strangers, and you were helping Robert and I was helping me. He tosses his sock into the hamper. But I feel like... He shakes his head. I don't know. Like you lied to me. Lied? Yeah. Or manipulated me. This hits a trigger beneath my ribs. The seed of heat turns into a flaming brick, and I reach my boiling point. You've got to be kidding me. He turns, meeting my eyes, but doesn't say anything. So what if I had a crush on you? I ask. Yeah, now I'm getting sex and some help paying rent, but I didn't plan that part. In fact, if I recall, I was so covert about my feelings that you had no idea I felt them. I had to endure the anger of Jeff and Robert. My brother Davis isn't sure how to even ask me about what we're doing, and my parents don't even know about this. Now Robert has the virtuoso he wanted, and you have the dream position in the most popular show on Broadway and sex at home with your fake wife. You're seriously giving me shit right now? I stand walking to the bathroom to get my toothbrush. He follows. I just wish you had told me you had feelings. Is that what bothers you here? That's part of it, yeah. I turn to him, squeezing too much toothpaste on my brush. But I'm too angry and proud right now to do anything but shove it in my mouth. I immediately pull it out again. Look, you were coming to live here, and I didn't want you to think I had any expectations. I point the toothbrush at him. I was doing this for Robert, yes, but also because I'd admired your music for so long, and I wanted it for you, even if I didn't know you. I pause, and his eyes search mine, looking for some answer I'm not sure how to deliver. I did tell you all of this in the interview with Doherty, I remind him. Yeah, but then you let me think it was just a story. Right, I say, nodding, because you called it insane that I would do that. I laugh dryly. I like to think that it makes me kind, but here I am, doing shit for other people and getting treated like I'm monstrous somehow. His jaw ticks, and I can't figure out what's going on here. All I know is that I'm out of words, and I'm done explaining myself. You let me think it was just a story. But if he'd asked me whether it was true, I would have said yes. I bend over the sink, brushing my teeth with the energy of a woman who wants to lift up the entire building and hurl it into the ocean. I can feel Calvin standing behind me, wordless, but eventually he turns. I can tell from his footfalls that he's walking to the living room, not the bedroom, and I'm a little heartbroken to realize that I feel relieved. I'm up at 6, having slept like crap, but I must have slept some, because as soon as I open my eyes, I remember last night, and a sense of dread falls like shade passing through a room. The last thing I want to do this morning is rehash everything, or feel the tension between me and my new favorite person, who is presently buried under blankets and sound asleep on the couch. I dress quietly and slip out before Calvin wakes up. It's been forever since I did my little routine of walking to the 50th Street station, taking the train to get coffee at Madman. But I want to do it today. I want to walk in my old shoes, to try to remember that surety that this mission was critical, that I alone was connecting two universally vital dots by bringing Robert to Calvin. The subway station is as busy as it always is, and there is no guitarist to greet me at the bottom of the stairs. There is, however, a sufficiently capable saxophonist, and I throw a $5 bill into his case. He stops playing to thank me. So he's here for the money, not to get lost in the music. And the honesty of that is so fucking refreshing. Calvin could have played his guitar alone, forever at Mark's apartment if it really was only about the music for him. But it isn't. It's also about the audience, about the adulation, about the income. So how can he be so fucking upset that he's receiving it? Sure, I should have told him at the outset that I'd been watching him at the station for some time and admired his music. But his reaction to my crush was so overblown that it sours something inside me. I'm torn between staying away all day and rushing home to rip into him again. And I actually cling to this feeling because I never get angry. And I forget how being angry can feel so good because it makes me feel strong. For the entire time I've known Calvin, I felt like I haven't totally deserved having him in my apartment, in my life, in my bed. My anger is my new best friend, telling me I've deserved every second of the happiness I felt before this stupid fucking fight. I press through the crowd and onto the train, hopping from station to station, listening to every busker I find. I'm on an unnameable mission, and it isn't until I'm on my 4th or 5th station that I realize I'm looking for someone as talented as Calvin. But there's no one like him in any subway station in New York. I've heard music my whole life. I know there's no one like him anywhere. I knew it. I always knew it. Calvin was right that by coming into this only as strangers, we were equals. But are we no longer equals because I had feelings before he did? Or is it that I have feelings and he doesn't? Does this answer my question about whether he's been playing me all along? Is banging me every day his way of keeping me loose, keeping me comfortable, keeping the government away? Back up on the street, I get my coffee and walk for hours. I cover miles. By the time my stomach gnaws at me to eat, I realize I've left both my watch and my phone at the apartment and have no idea what time it is. There's a giddy thrill in knowing that I'm completely unreachable. I'm sure Calvin did just fine getting his grouchy ass up and fed. He can get himself to the theater later. I'm not going to bother going in. Contrary to the popular idiom, those t-shirts do, in fact, practically sell themselves. I show up unannounced at Jeff and Robert's apartment at 5, when I know for sure Robert won't be there. For the first time in my relationship with my beloved Bobbert, I feel a little disloyal, wanting to avoid him. I didn't feel this way even when I went behind his back and married Calvin, because I was so convinced that it was for Robert's own good. Obviously, Robert agrees with me about this now. He thinks Calvin walks on water, so I'm not sure how it would feel to hear him defend Calvin in all this. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about that with Jeff. Jeff answers the door in his work clothes, holding a stack of mail. His eyes widen in surprise. Hey, you. Did you just get home? Stepping back, he waves me in. Yeah. Aren't you working tonight? The familiar smell of sandalwood calms me almost instantly. I'm going to call Brian and tell him I'm taking a personal day. Can I use your phone? Sure. Jeff leans against the wall, watching me as I pick up the landline in their kitchen. I guess this answers why you never replied to my text today. A sudden panic about the interview barrels through me. Oh shit, did something? No emergency. He seems to reconsider this. I mean, at least I hope not. I texted a couple of times because Calvin called me, looking for you. He called you? Well, that's something at least. My anger dims minutely. I give Jeff a grumpy look with my "I'll explain in 1 second" finger gesture, and then finish dialing Brian's number. Thank all that is holy, it goes to voicemail. Brian, it's Holland. I'm unable to make it in tonight. If you need anything, call me at Robert and Jeff's. I hang up and immediately step into Jeff's arms. He speaks into my hair. I take it all is not well in married land. My no comes out muffled against his suit. Marriage is hard, he says. I think fake marriage might be harder. He stills, and then hums sympathetically. Let me change into comfy clothes, and then we can have a night in. I make tea while he puts on University of Iowa Hawkeye pajama pants and a Yankees t-shirt, and we meet on their enormous, fluffy couch. Jeff sits, pulling one leg up so he can turn and face me. Only a single lamp is on in the room, and it gives his cheeks a hollow, gaunt look. Jeff has always been slender, but for the first time in my life, I think he's starting to look old. My heart breaks a little. "Okay," he says. "Let's have it." I take a bracing breath. There's no use warming up slowly to any of this. Things with Calvin have been really good. We're actually together. My uncle laughs in mock scandal. "No. What will the ton say about two married people having an affair together?" He leans in and whispers, "We had a hunch." I tilt my eyes skyward and ignore his teasing. "So last night we were mobbed outside the theater, and it was so surreal. Afterward we had this moment, this super intense moment that felt really grounding, where I felt like we were in this together. I felt so protective, and he was so grateful, and it was just..." "Loving?" Jeff finishes, with a question in his voice. "Yeah. But then we went to meet Lulu at Dutch Fred's." Jeff groans knowingly. "And she got really drunk, per usual, I guess, and told Calvin how I used to basically stalk him." Jeff pauses, eyes narrowing. His voice goes low like it does when he's turning more protective animal than uncle. "You had a crush on him, and were justifiably infatuated, in part because of his talent." "Well, she put on a pretty great show and made me sound super creepy. She told him what I used to call him, how I'd go see him play, how I knew his schedule. It wasn't just that she was being a dick. She completely shattered this really great moment we were having, and I feel like we went back to being strangers." He runs a hand down his face. "So we got home," I continue, "and Calvin wanted to talk about it, which is good." He gently interrupts with a hand on my arm. "Right, it was good, but not the way he did it. I got pretty pissed." I look at him and explain how the conversation went, how Calvin made it sound like I'm getting the most out of this arrangement, how he feels lied to. "I hit a wall," I say. "I did this for Robert and for him, and maybe also for me, but why is that bad?" I stand up, walking across the room and back. It's not like I expected this marriage to turn real. It's not like I put a video camera in the bookcase and took footage of him sleeping and stole his underwear. "Of course not, honey," he says. "You have an incredible ear for music, and of the tens of thousands of people who probably heard him, only you were able to connect him to Robert, to make this happen." But last night, the way he was talking about it just made me feel so gross. Just when I had accomplished something, when I was feeling good about having a voice and protecting Calvin like I did. "I have nothing going for me," I say, squeezing my eyes closed. "Nothing except you guys, and your support and hopes for me. I'm not Calvin, I'm not Robert, I'm not you." "You're right," Jeff says, laughing. "You aren't a buttoned-up financial analyst." "You may not always love your job, but you're good at it, and you found a hobby that you love doing." I pull my shoulders up, feeling tense everywhere. I have no idea what I want to do. I want to write and read and talk about books with people. I want to listen to music and go out to dinner and just live. "That is a life," he insists. "That is a good life." But I have to be able to support myself too. I have all these things I wanted to do, and I haven't done any of them. "I didn't find pottery until I was 50, Jeff reminds me. "Honey, you were only 25. You don't need to have it all figured out." I fall back down on the couch, covering my face with my hands. But shouldn't I have some of it figured out? He places a large hand on my knee. "That perception is only coming from you. Last night it was coming from Lulu and then Calvin." I drop my hands. "I love you guys, but I have to take your sentiment with a grain of salt. You're biologically and/or legally obligated to love me." Jeff leans in, pressing a kiss to my hair. "Halsey, Think of it this way. If I compared myself to Robert when we first met, I would constantly feel behind. He was a musical prodigy. I was a waiter, trying to figure out if I had the grades to get into the mediocre MBA programs in my area. He smiles at me. But I knew I wanted to be with him, and he wanted to be with me too, and also knew what he wanted to do with his life. So we compromised. He took the job in Des Moines, and it was my responsibility to get a job that would make enough money for what we needed, and that I enjoyed enough. I didn't have to love it, but it didn't matter whether I did either, because I had him. I kept trying new things too, and eventually discovered pottery. It's fun, of course, but the most important part is that I didn't feel like my job had to be my everything. This is what I have to keep reminding myself. Sometimes a job can just be a job. We aren't all going to win the rat race. I know. You know I didn't approve of your marriage, he says quietly, and guilt floods my bloodstream. You didn't even know each other, and your feelings being what they were, I worried you would get hurt. I groan into a pillow, but Jeff pulls it away. I'm not chastising you. Listen. All of that was true, but I also didn't expect things to turn romantic between the two of you. Seeing you two lately is wonderful for us. I'm not sure it's real, though. I pull at my lower lip, working not to cry. After all the walking and righteous anger, not only am I physically exhausted, but the softer emotions are starting to rise to the surface. The thought that Calvin has been toying with me all this time is painful. It was easy to push the worry away when he was kissing me, when he was smiling at me. Maybe it's just a game. I've seen you together, and I know men. It would be very surprising if he was faking that level of absorption. He called me twice, Halsey. He called Robert, too. He didn't sound like he was playing a game. I press my hands to my face. But he needs things to be okay with us because he needs to stay here. I'm not sure how to trust anything he does. Well, that's one of the reasons. I know. But for the sake of optimism, let's assume that he is genuine. Jeff says, if things work out between the two of you, Calvin is lucky because he has a job he loves, and he has you. This gives you room to find yourself and figure out what you want your life to look like. It doesn't have to look like mine, or his, or Robert's. I know. And it doesn't have to look right now the way you want it to look in 10 years. But I think that's what scares me the most, I tell him. I'm terrified it will look the same in 10 years, for me. But for Calvin, he will have moved on, or moved up, or moved away. You don't know that. You have no way of knowing. All you can do is forge your path. Jeff stands up, taking his empty teacup to the kitchen. Come on, let's order some food. I fall asleep like a rock in the guest room, sleeping so soundly that when Robert shakes me gently, I startle snort awake, arms flailing wildly, and nearly knocking the cordless phone out of his hand. Call for you, he says. He puts the phone in my palm, adding in a growl, your guy played like shit last night. Standing, he leaves the room and closes the door behind him with a quiet click. I stare at the phone, blinking into clarity. I don't have to say anything to know it's Calvin. And he played like shit last night? Lifting the phone to my ear, I give a hoarse, hey. His voice sounds all sleepy and deep. Hey. I can feel the resonance of it as if he'd rolled over and spoken into my neck. I hope it's okay that I'm calling this number. Goosebumps break out along my arms. Of course, my phone is at the apartment. His laugh is a hollow sound. Yeah, I know. I stare up at the ceiling, waiting for the words to pop into my head. My anger feels like a next-day campfire, cooled off to only a dusty smolder. I was hoping you'd show up last night, he says quietly. At the theater. I was upset. He inhales slowly and lets the breath out in a groan. Then I was hoping you might sneak in later after I fell asleep. I slept at Robert and Jeff's. I assumed that's where you were when I came into the bedroom this morning to climb into bed and apologize. He says, growly and soft. but you were still gone. He wants to apologize? I squeeze my eyes closed at the desire I feel to have his warm body next to me in bed. Do you think you might come home today? He takes another deep inhale, and when he speaks, I can tell he's stretching. This isn't right, Miss Doring. I don't like this. I don't like it either, I say quietly, wondering whether Jeff and Robert can hear me out in the living room. But you made me feel shitty, like I'd done something wrong. I don't think I did. I know. Shite. He exhales through his nose. I didn't handle this right. Last night I was miserable over it. I played horribly. Yeah, I can imagine how stressful it would be to think you might have to leave the country if things don't work out with us. I wince as soon as I've said it. It's a long few seconds before he speaks again, and his accent seems so strong across the line. It isn't like that. Do you really think I play you that way? I squeeze my eyes closed at the gentle lilt to his words. 'Tisn't like that. Do you really think I play you that way? I don't know. Would you prefer I come there? What do you want? In truth, I want to go home, climb in between the sheets with him, and feel that heavy warmth all around me as he pulls me close. I want the vibration of his voice on my neck, my shoulder, my breasts, and the way that every bit of light is blocked out for a moment when he climbs on top of me. But I also want this spark of strength I feel right now. I woke up in some ways yesterday, and it still doesn't feel totally defined, but I don't want it to evaporate before I can name it. I want to tell you I'm sorry, he says, voice a low burr. Come home and kick me in the teeth if you need to, but then kiss me. The living room is empty when I walk inside, dropping my keys on the counter and hanging my coat over the back of the chair. The bathroom door is open. He's not in there either. The apartment feels oddly still. There's no rattle of the radiator or clinking of dishes being washed. It feels like I've been gone a week instead of 24 hours. I find Calvin in my bed, leaning against the headboard and staring at the doorway. His expression relaxes immediately when he sees me. Hey. Kicking off my shoes, I give him a little smile and sit on the edge of the bed, but he pulls back a corner of the covers, patting the mattress. Come here. We can talk in here. It's a hard offer to refuse. I tug down my running pants and pull off my sweatshirt before burrowing under the sheets. I'm immediately hit with the solid heat of his chest and crawl into his arms. He's completely naked and somehow feels warmer than the sun. Calvin slides a hand up my back, unfastening my bra, and pulling it away to toss it somewhere over his shoulder. He lets out a quiet groan, and a tiny thrill winds through me that he needed to feel skin on skin as immediately as I did. I'm sorry. He sucks his lower lip into his mouth and stares into my eyes. It wasn't fair what I said. I think I was just embarrassed that I didn't realize you'd been honest at the immigration office. Or maybe frustrated that all that time I'd wanted you, and you were pretending not to want me. It seemed so easy. I think I felt confused. I smile at this, and it unlocks his own grin. He looks relieved. I'm not sure I totally trust why you're doing this. I press a hand to his chest. He looks down and shakes his head a little. He doesn't know what I mean. You could stay in the apartment and have the job without having sex with me, you know. His eyes fall closed and he lets out a little, as if I've just confirmed something for him. We could be convincing without this, I say quietly. But now that you know I had a thing for you before we met, I'm not comfortable doing this without knowing where you stand. It feels really unbalanced. His eyes flicker back and forth between mine. My desire for you as a lover is entirely separate from my desire for the job you helped me find. I struggle to speak past the glow these words trigger in me. Really? Because as you said yourself, it would be incredibly shitty of you to play me like that. He leans down close enough to kiss me, but stops just shy. Really? Of course my feelings are influenced by your understanding of music. Your opinion matters more to me than even Robert's or Ramon's. But that isn't about the job. That's because music is part of you, too. I move in, resting my lips on his, and he groans, rolling over me, bringing a hand up to cup my jaw. Tension melts everywhere inside, and I rock into him when he settles between my thighs. Making up is pretty fun. Calvin pulls back slightly, grinning down at me. 6 months before we met, huh? At least, I say, laughing and blushing. It was a pretty epic crush. I slide my hands around his shoulders and then into his hair as he kisses lower to my breasts and my stomach, and then beneath the covers, where he kisses one thigh and then the other, and then sweeps his tongue across me. Wanting to watch, I push the covers away, and he looks up, smiling into another kiss. He teases, pointing his tongue, nipping, almost as if he's performing for me. I know what you're thinking, I whisper. A long, soft suck, and then, what's that? And the answer is yes. I imagined you doing this before I met you. He pulls back a little, expression heating. Imagined me kissing you here. I nod, and a deep ache builds just watching him watching me. Would you touch yourself? Sometimes. He glides a finger over me, up and down, and then pushes it inside. You're getting wet just telling me about it. I dig a hand into his hair. I'm not going to apologize for fantasizing about you. I would fucking hope not. He watches what he's doing. I don't want you to stop fantasizing either. What do you fantasize about? He closes his eyes and bends to lick me, thinking. Pulling back, he says. A lot of things. And I feel the heat of his breath against me. A lot of things. I tug at his arm, and he climbs back up my body, bending to kiss me with an open, hungry mouth. Pulling his hand over my breast, I say, Tell me. He squeezes and then bends, sucking. I think about saying some filthy things to you while we're on the couch. I like when you're facing me, so I can lick you how you like it. Oh. My blood heats and I arch into his mouth. I think about having you near the window and letting those paparazzi down in the street watch us. I get a little kick out of imagining those pictures on Twitter. I reach down, wrapping my hand around him, and he groans before coming back up to kiss me. I think about how you look when you put me in your mouth, how fast I come when you do that. He slides his hand between us, pushing 2 fingers into me, and we start to move. His words speeding up. I think about being somewhere with you, and you do that. You go down in me and no one knows. Like at the theater. Or anywhere. He says, breath hot on my cheek. He grunts, fucking my hand, so close to where I want him, and I guide him there, nudging his own hand away from me. He slides in bare, so deep, and I cry out before he swallows a sound. We haven't done this before. We need to put on a condom. I think about this. He whispers, just like this. Oh, Christ, it feels good. It does, and so neither of us stops it. It's so easy to keep moving, to fall into that rolling rhythm. In the past weeks, he's figured out what I need, and starts there, deep, pressing, immediately. My hands roam the skin on his back, down over his ass, his thighs, as far down as I can reach. He must know he's forgiven, because he doesn't talk anymore, doesn't check in with me to be sure I'm okay. And this is something I adore most about him. I think he trusts that if I didn't want this right now, I would tell him. He isn't going to let something go unsaid. But even so, as he moves in these perfect circles over me, another shadow steps into view. I wonder what it is we're fixing here, and to what end. I've already established that we don't need to be intimate for him to stay here, and we certainly don't need to be in love. But he kisses me like it's love, and as he pushes faster into me, he sounds like a man overcome with love, and when he rolls so I'm on top of him, he watches me with something that looks a lot like love in his eyes. But how would I really know? Why did you stop? He asks, cupping my hips. Is it okay? His chest has a faint sheen of sweat, from exertion, from the heat of our bodies moving together, and I press my palm to it. His heart is racing. I search his face. His eyes are clear, maybe a little worried. It's good. I am so bad at asking for what I want. Did I hurt you? He whispers. Shaking my head, I say, no. He sits up beneath me and wraps his arms around my waist, looking up at my face. What are you thinking? What can I say to make this okay? I guess I'm wondering what we're doing. He gives me a wicked, cheeky smile. I thought we were busy making love. Is that what this is? I honestly have never felt this before, so I don't even know what to call it. But I'm not sure I can do this and keep myself from falling in love with him. He kisses my chin. Does it feel like something else to you? I think it's starting to feel like that to me, but I don't actually know. I press my mouth to his and let him deepen it, before pulling away the tiniest bit. It feels like we should make sure we're on the same page after he kisses me. What happened with Lulu and... He interrupts me with another kiss. And the fact that we're already married? He asks. His hand moves up my back and into my hair. Yeah, exactly. We've talked about logistics and backstory and fantasy, but we haven't really talked about feelings. You were gone all day yesterday. I woke up this morning and you still weren't here. He tilts his head, sucking on my neck. I thought I fucked it up with you, and I honestly have never felt so panicked in my life. The initial plan was a year, I whisper. I say to hell with the initial plan. It's more complicated than just having a new girlfriend. We took vows. Calvin grins up at me. I'm aware. Doesn't that paradoxically complicate the new plan? How am I supposed to know? He laughs into my shoulder and bites me gently. I've never done this before. I just know I'm falling for the girl I married. Chapter 24. Calvin hands me my buzzing phone. Lulu again. I put it face down on the coffee table and turn back to my laptop. For the first time in ages, I woke up with words in my head, and I'm determined to get them down before they fade back into fog. He lies behind me on the couch. Aren't you going to call her? Not right now. I can feel him reading over my shoulder. What is this? I don't even know, actually. I'm so tempted to cover it up, to hide the words by closing my screen because it feels like a bare tree trunk, all naked and vulnerable to the elements. Instead, I pretend my hands are glued to the keyboard. I've listened to Calvin stumble through a new run of notes or work out a new composition 100 times already, and he's never shy. Why should I be? For a book? He asks. He knows how long this has eluded me, what having that spark of inspiration has to mean. No. Maybe? I'm not sure. I read back through the notes I've made, almost tentative, careful not to chase off the spark. I can't stop thinking about how it felt to roam the city yesterday in search of a talent like his. I can't stop thinking about how it feels to listen to him and Ramon play together. I just had this thought in my head about how we met and where you are now, and how it feels to have heard you in both places. His hand runs over my shoulder and into my shirt, resting at the swell above my heart. I like the look on your face right now. So intense. I miss writing. I wrote endless short stories during college and while getting my master's. I had to write every day or I felt like a clogged drain full of words. The day I got my degree and turned to face the world as a person no longer under the protective umbrella of school, it seemed like all the ideas dried up. And that's been true since I started working at the theater. After talking to Robert and Jeff, I wonder if it's because I'm surrounded by people who are brilliant in a way I'm not, and it leaves me feeling ordinary by comparison. But this, writing about how it feels to listen to music, to have found him, it almost feels like I'm writing a description of how my organs work together, what keeps me breathing. I don't think I've ever felt this before. His hand slips lower still, toying with my nipple, and his mouth comes to my neck, warm and biting. Can I do this while you write? I'm still tender from the second round of makeup sex we had only an hour ago, but when his fingertips trap the peak of my breast in a gentle pinch, my whole body hums. I'm not sure I could focus. It'd be like me putting my mouth on you while you play. His laugh is a low vibration against my skin. We should try that later. I turn to capture his mouth in a kiss. I'm almost done. Calvin retreats a little, moving his hand back up and returning his mouth to the back of my neck. And although I worry this distraction would chase away my muse, the words seem stronger, if anything. I remember this feeling, the thrill of being so full of something and having it come out with such clarity. My fingers fly over the keyboard, and I ignore the typos for now. Ignore the way I see him following my thoughts on the screen. Ignore everything. The creativity is back, and the knowledge that it's back because I'm happy propels me forward in this positive feedback loop that just keeps sending more and more words from my brain to my fingers. My phone buzzes again, and Calvin reaches for it, turning off the vibration. And then it lights up again, and again, ringing. I catch the name Lulu on the screen, and my writing mojo is still flimsy enough that the anxiety over dealing with her punctures a tiny hole in it. She's called 10 times already today, he says. She called 1,000,000 times yesterday, too. I growl at the sight of the phone lighting up with another voicemail. I bet she's violently hungover even 2 days later. He rests his chin on my shoulder. Do you want me to put your phone in the other room? I want to say yes. I want to return to what I was doing, and have him return to peppering kisses along my neck and shoulders. But in truth, the core of the idea is laid out on this page in front of me, and I know that the niggling awareness of Lulu's panic is going to spread if I don't call her back. I'm angry, yes, but I'm not punitive. I drop my hand onto my phone and pick it up, sighing. Let me just get this over with. The call doesn't even seem to ring through before she's answering. Halls, I'm an asshole. You are. Dude, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. The thing is, I know she's genuinely mortified about her behavior the other night. Lulu is her own worst enemy. Drunk Lulu is a brutal alter ego, and a burden she has to carry as long as she lets herself get wasted like that. I don't even know what to say, I tell her, rubbing my eyes. I feel gross all over again just thinking about it, and part of me wishes I hadn't called. Are you guys okay? We are now. We talked it out this morning. This morning? She groans. I stayed at Jeff and Robert's last night. She makes a little squeaking sound of terror. Halls, was Calvin pissed? What do you think? Were you? I bark out an irritated laugh. Lulu, be serious. You made me sound like a total freak. Calvin leans forward when I say this, resting his lips on the side of my neck. I reach back with my free hand, sliding my fingers into his hair. What can I do? She whines. The simple fact is that something was damaged that night. Things have been chipped away for a few weeks now, and I'm not sure we can go back to the way things were. I know Calvin can hear her too, and so I look over my shoulder at him. He shrugs. Anything, she says. I want to make it up to you. Don't be rude and obnoxious with us anymore. She lets out a hoarse laugh. I can practically hear the hangover in it. I know. I think I'm just thrown by this marriage thing. You used to be my person. It's true. I was there whenever she needed someone to go to a show with, a bar, a concert. But I was also her fallback when she didn't have a steady +1 for her Groupon adventures. And it's been our dynamic ever since I can remember. I've always been there for Lulu. Things with Calvin are good, I say quietly. I get why it would be weird for you that I'm not totally 100% available anymore, but I'm really happy, and I feel like you're not happy for me. He pulls me back to the couch with a warm arm wrapped around my chest, palm to my breast. I totally get what you're saying, she says. It's painful to hear her grovel. I've never made her do it before. I want you to see me as being supportive. I swear I can. Well, I say and laugh. I can feel Calvin's smile against my neck. Maybe I can book you a romantic dinner at Blue Hill? This trips an idea in me, and I lean forward, thinking. Calvin's birthday is in a few weeks, and I've already planned for his mom and sister to fly out and surprise him. But Blue Hill is a great restaurant, and Lulu could get us a great table for sure. Something a little more private to celebrate his birthday wouldn't hurt, would it? I stand in front of a table at Blue Hill, Lulu at my side. After hugging me for a solid 5 minutes and promising to never be such a jerk again, she took me to the back of the restaurant and showed me the site she had in mind for my plan. My crazy, crazy plan. The booth is in the deepest corner. It's a table big enough to seat at least 4, but she's promised to keep it free just for us. Tilting my head, I check to see how much floor is visible. The top cloth comes down only about a foot from the table, but the lower one nearly sweeps the floor. You're sure it would work? I press my fist to my diaphragm, willing my nerves to chill. The dinner in question is still 2 weeks away, but I feel like Calvin is about to walk in here any second. All around us, Lulu's fellow waitstaff carry trays of flatware and napkins, setting tables, completely oblivious to our little plan. She bounces a little beside me. Totally sure. My heart beats my blood into a frenzy. I've never done anything this insane. Well, except marrying a stranger, and then lying about it to a government official. Are you really going to do it? She asks, thrilled. This is the best idea ever. I swallow the panic in my throat. If Lulu thinks it's a good idea, I've definitely lost my mind. I'm going to do it. 2 weeks and 1 day later, I'm back at Blue Hill at exactly 4:50 in the afternoon. Dinner service begins at 5. Calvin will be here at 6, and this gives me plenty of time before the crowds roll in. I brought a book and my phone, and am wearing a dress whose manufacturer has assured me it is wrinkle-free. Now I have to wait. Every second leading up to now, it seemed like a fantastic idea. It was daring and adventurous, and something we'd remember forever. Lulu will get Calvin to the table, under the assumption that he's still waiting for me to arrive, and boom, surprise of a lifetime. It's his birthday in 3 days, and what better way to celebrate turning 28 than with some surprise oral sex in a fancy restaurant? I was confident right up until the moment Lulu led me to where I'd be hiding. But now that I'm under here, hearing diners come in and be seated only feet away, feeling mildly uncertain about the cleanliness of the underside of the table, hoping that nobody can see my feet, and that this is what Calvin meant when he said he thinks about doing this somewhere while nobody knows. This seems like a pretty insane idea. And by insane, I mean terrible. It was one thing to imagine this, quite another attempting to carry it out. The problem is, I'm stuck. I pull my book from my bag and realize it's too dark to read. I don't want to risk the light from my phone bleeding out through the tablecloth, so I don't use that either. Time inches forward. Food smells seem to seep beneath the table and get trapped here. I'm sure that under normal circumstances it would smell amazing, but I'm really not this person, a sexually adventurous lawbreaker, so my appetite has vanished and apprehension now seems to live permanently in my throat. Lulu's signal that Calvin is here is a knock on the tabletop as she passes on her way to greet him, and when it comes, after I've been sitting here for 7 years, it is a single sharp rap without any other warning. I startle upright. Well, not really, because my legs are asleep. Nearly breathless with an indescribable mixture of relief and nerves. But I hear feet returning, and another more tentative knock on the table just above my head. She's going to be so surprised to see all 3 of you, Lulu yells. What? It's her birthday too, Calvin says. Well, almost. And then I hear it. Robert's deep, rumbling laugh. My stomach drops through the floor. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I can barely see anything, only the shadows of several pairs of shoes. Calvin, why don't you sit on this side over here so she can see you when she walks in? Lulu says, knocking a hand on the right side of the table. I quickly scurry over there. My legs are pins and needles, and I'm going to vomit all over this place. Calvin slides in, colliding with my shoulder. I muffle a gasp and he lets out a surprised, "Oh my Christ," before Lulu jumps in. "Good," she cries, voice shrill, and I can imagine her distracting him, giving him a meaningful look, and miming my location like an insane person when she says, "Now you'll see her when she comes in." "Oh," he says on a quiet exhale. "Oh." His hand grapples beneath the table, finding my shoulder, my face, and then I hear him let out a quiet laugh of disbelief and a whispered, "What in the world?" "Robert and Jeff," Lulu calls, loud enough for me to hear. "Let me take your coats." There's some commotion and then Calvin bends down, his voice suddenly close. "What in the bloody hell are you doing?" "I was going to surprise you with a blowjob," I whisper yell. "Oh my fuck. I was going to surprise. Hey!" He sits back up and spreads his legs a little so I can shimmy closer as Robert and Jeff slide into the booth. Robert's knee is less than 6 inches from my arm. Oh my God, this is a disaster. Why didn't Lulu take them on a tour of the room or something? Why didn't she seat them somewhere else? The only saving grace here is the enormous booth. I curl my knees up, leaning into Calvin's hand when he slides it reassuringly beneath the table. As carefully as I can, I pull my phone out, quickly dim my screen, and open my texts. Lulu has already texted me. "What the fuck? Why did you seat them? There aren't any other tables, and Calvin knew you'd made a reservation. Fuck, I screwed up. I've never done this sort of thing before and I panicked. What am I gonna do?" It's hot under here and I'm starting to feel a little dizzy. Am I just rebreathing the same air and possibly suffocating? Just climb out, what are they going to say? I close my eyes, banging my head silently against Calvin's knee. "Where is she?" Robert asks, and within a few seconds, another text pops up on my screen from him. "Where are you?" "Running late. Go ahead and order." "She says she's running late," Robert tells them. "Should we order for her?" "I imagine she'd like the venison sausage," Calvin says. I pinch his leg and he coughs, reaching down and grabbing my boob. "She doesn't like venison," Jeff mutters absently. "No," Robert argues. "It's elk she doesn't like." "I'll ask her," Calvin says, and soon another text plops up on my screen. "Would you like the venison or the grass-fed lamb? Also, I'm going to fuck you so hard later. You are a hero to men for even thinking of doing this." "The lamb. Should I just come out?" "I think that would be bloody fantastic." "Should I warn them?" Above the table, Calvin laughs. "What?" Jeff asks. I imagine him looking up from the menu, lowering his reading glasses and gazing innocently at Calvin across the table. "I think you'll see in a minute." I can hear his grin when he puts this saucy emphasis on "tink." Jeff's legs twist slightly, as if he's turning to look behind him at the door to the street. "Is she here?" I sigh, texting him and Robert in a shared window. "I'm already here." "Where? I don't see you." "We're in the back booth." Fuck. "I'm under the table." "What the hell?" Jeff bends, lifting the tablecloth. His eyes go saucer wide when he sees me, and Calvin bursts out laughing. With a groan, I climb out, sliding onto the curved booth between Robert and Calvin. "I was going to surprise him. I didn't know you'd be coming along." "Surprise? Oh my God." Jeff bends, putting his forehead to his palm. "Holland." I hold up my hand and stare with great intensity at the menu. I don't ever want to discuss this again. I should honestly never try to do something sexy and impulsive. Calvin pulls me down onto the bed, digging tickling fingers into my sides. I will never forget this. Blowjob fail. It's a very good reason for a blowjob to fail. I would have had a hard time performing, I fear. I groan. I can't even contemplate that. He laughs into my stomach, kissing as he pushes up my shirt. It was a nice thought for a birthday gift. There are more surprises to come. And no matter how hard he tries to get the secret out of me, no matter how much he makes good on the promise to fuck me hard in gratitude, I hold strong. Chapter 25. I remember coming to New York for the first time at 16 to visit Robert and Jeff. I landed at the airport, and although Jeff had planned to meet me at JFK, he was held up with some work emergency, and instead texted me directions to the air train, and then the subway, and then the walk to their apartment, where he would meet me. It sounded simple, but that was before I had the true scale of New York, bearing down on my Des Moines naivete. It wasn't just the number of people and the number of signs. It was the noise. I felt like a bubble trying to push my way to the top of a carbonated bottle. And even though New York seems almost comically easy to navigate now, I remember that feeling of complete disorientation as I head out of the apartment. I fooled Calvin into thinking I have a gynecological exam in some mysterious region of Manhattan. And no, I do not need him to accompany me, because really, I am going to meet his mother and sister at the airport. Nerves are a funny thing. I thought I was nervous at our wedding, and then, no, I realized that had nothing on the jitters of his first rehearsal, but that was swallowed whole by the whale shark of my restlessness during the immigration interview, and later, on the night of the failed birthday blowjob. All of that feels like a tiny dot on the horizon compared to my anxiety today. Despite our many texts, Bridget and I have never spoken, and after our plan to bring her and Marina out here took root, our interactions became pretty transactional, in part because I warned her that Calvin is highly casual about phone privacy, both mine and his. He'll have me read emails to him while he plays, or answer a text if his hands are full unloading groceries. And although I don't think he ever intends to be nosy, he'll often inform me when Lulu or Robert or Jeff has texted or called, asking me if I want him to read it aloud. And usually, why not? I have nothing to hide. Except this visit, which we're all determined to keep a surprise. I admit I'm nervous as hell. I'm meeting my mother-in-law. I'm meeting my sister-in-law. These people are technically family. And what if they take one look at me and I'm nothing like what they'd hoped for him? Calvin is so open and easy to talk to. Normally I would let loose all my thoughts about this visit with him. Obviously, that's not really possible here. And I can't trust Lulu to keep her trap shut. Robert is composing a new show with a writer friend of his and is completely unavailable. And Jeff has listened to my concerns. But what can he say? Don't worry, you're perfect? What does Calvin's family know about me? What has he told them? I'm so distracted wondering what they'll expect, what they'll assume, what they'll want to see in his wife, that when a subway car jerks along a bend, I make a rookie mistake and lose my footing, sliding roughly into the door. A man helps me, pulling me upright again. Hold on to the bar here, honey. It is on the tip of my tongue to tell him that I live here, and I'm just nervous about meeting my in-laws. But he doesn't fucking care. And neither do my thoughts, which are back on a wild bender buzzing around. I wait outside of international arrivals, hoping I'll recognize the two women I've seen only in photographs. From what I can tell, of all Calvin's siblings, Bridget looks the most like him. And it's true in person, too. The second she walks around the bend into the terminal, I know it's her. She has the same thick, light brown hair, the same olive skin, the same crinkly-eyed smile when she sees me. Marina is right behind her and cries out when she follows where Bridget points in my direction, clapping a hand over her mouth. They run, throwing their arms around me, and I feel the moment Marina breaks down and starts crying. "Ah, Mom!" Bridget laughs as she pulls her mom into a hug. "We've just been so excited," she explains over the top of Marina's head. "We haven't seen Calvin in 4 years." Marina is tiny, but has the appearance of being unmovable and ageless. "You have no idea," she says, pulling away and wiping her eyes. "And we've wanted to meet you for ages. We were excited thinking the two of you might come home at Christmas, and then it fell through." What a curious thing to say. I smile, returning their individual hugs and guiding them out of the terminal with a stunned numbness. Does she mean this upcoming Christmas? It didn't sound like that. I'm trying to answer their questions and ask my own, but her words are pinging around in my ears, unwilling to move aside and let other things in. We make small talk about the weather, about the flight, about the food that was served, but in the background, the high-pitched voice needles me. She's wanted to meet me for ages? It's April 8th. I met Calvin officially just over 3 months ago. We load up their bags into a cab. 47th and 8th, I tell the driver. We pull away from the curb, and Marina takes my hand. You look different in your recent photos than the early ones we got. The early ones? My stomach tightens again. I do? Your hair is lighter than it was when you first met in school. Something is very, very wrong. I pat my hair, plucking a lie from the chaos of my brain. Yeah, I lightened it a little since then. I have never colored my hair. Amanda, Bridget says. Amanda. She reaches around her mother in the middle seat and taps my arm. Amanda, love, is that the Empire State Building? She means me. She's talking to me. In all of our texts, not once did she ever need to use my name. She doesn't know me as Holland. Apparently, she knows me as Amanda. Who the fuck is Amanda? I am worried I'm going to lose my breakfast in the back of this taxi. Yes, that, I nod to where she's looking. That's it, over there. The refrain I put on a loop in my head is to not assume anything until I've spoken to Calvin. My first Hail Mary was hoping I picked up the wrong Irish family from the airport. But when they started rattling on in a taxi about being so proud of Calvin and unable to believe that he was really playing with the orchestra for Possessed, I was pretty sure that wasn't the case. Don't assume anything, I tell myself, walking up to the apartment building. Don't freak out. He's here, Bridget asks in an excited whisper. He's upstairs, in your flat. He should be, I tell her over my shoulder. He doesn't head to the theater until around 5. Behind me, Marina lets out a quiet sob. I cannot believe we are going to see him play. That's right. Robert got them front row tickets for tonight's show. Dread has settled as a brick in my stomach, and I can't even find the enthusiasm to turn and smile at her. It's a stunning performance, I say over my shoulder. He's going to be so happy you're there. He has no idea, Bridget squeals. A dark laugh rips through my thoughts. He has no idea. Apparently none of us has any idea what we're in for. I fit the key in the lock with a shaking hand. Inside, we can hear Calvin strumming his guitar, absently playing Lost to Me, and the song performs the same silent seduction on me that it always does. But then Bridget presses up against me, and I pray to the benevolent gods of everything that whatever this lie is, it doesn't ruin us, if there is or was ever an us. The door has barely swung open before Bridget bursts past me screaming, "Surprise!" Calvin shoots up, dropping his guitar in shock. He lets out a choking, "Bridge!" and then bursts into tears as his sister launches herself into his arms. He sees his mom behind her, and a sob tears out of him as he loosens one arm to pull her into the tangle. I hover near the back, feeling the sting of tears across my eyes too, because this scene is wonderful, and they're all sobbing, and I love him. I love him. I love him. And this reunion is truly one of the most genuine displays of joy I've ever witnessed. How did you manage this? He asks, his voice muffled by his mother's coat. Amanda, she cries, squeezing him tighter. Your sweet Amanda and Bridget arranged the whole thing. Calvin looks up, sobering as his eyes meet mine across the room. I put on a pot of water for some tea and make myself busy in the kitchen, while they take a few minutes to get caught up. My movements feel robotic. My pulse is paradoxically slow. Why did he give Bridget my number? What was he thinking? And how did we manage to never use names, for crying out loud? How did she never ask me why we were in touch now, rather than years ago when we supposedly first got married? She won't get too personal, he'd said. It's the McLoughlin way. Would Calvin have told her not to ask? The deception of that possibility feels cutting. When did you get in? He asks them. Just now, Marina tells him. Amanda met us at the airport. We took a car here. I feel him glance across the room into the kitchen. She said she had a doctor's appointment. Oh, she fooled you! Bridget laughs, and I hear the sound of them groaning happily in another embrace. Are you tired? He asks, and I note how thick his accent becomes around them. Exhausted, his mother says. We didn't sleep on the plane. Calvin is quiet for a few breaths, and then says quietly, We could make up the bed here for you to rest a bit. Not at all, Callie, Marina says to her son. We're staying at the Sheraton. Let's get you checked in then. You can have a lie down. Amanda's uncle got us tickets to see you tonight. Oh, he did? His voice is so tight. Wonderful. Thank you, love. He calls out to me. I try to reply with as much natural brightness as I can muster. Of course, Callie. Come on then, he murmurs to them. Let's get you sorted. He moves them toward the door before ducking into the kitchen and putting his arms around me in a show of gratitude. Thank you for this, he says. Are you kidding? I gave him a bright smile, knowing they're listening and hoping they can hear it in my voice. I'm so happy for you. That was so sweet, I started crying too. He pulls back, kissing my temple, and looks at me. I can feel how flat my expression is. A book's worth of words is communicated in our eyes. I'm going to take them to their hotel to get checked in, he says. Nodding stiffly, I say, Okay. Calvin leans in, lips pressed to my cheek. I'll explain everything later. Please don't leave. I don't say anything. His lips come right up against my ear. I'm so sorry, Miss Doreen. So many times I've felt his kiss there, and in the rearview mirror, every one of them now seems suspect. Don't leave, he repeats. Unable to stop it, I feel a fat tear roll down my cheek. Okay. Calvin returns an hour later, alone. He walks in, shuts the door, and then leans against it, closing his eyes. I watch from the sofa, still nauseated, waiting to see how this is all going to unfold. In a weird way, I feel like I've been cheated on, and I know that sentiment isn't quite right, but the betrayal is sharp like that. Bewilderment with a side of inexplicable shame. I was going to tell you this whole story, he says, straightening and walking toward me with wary eyes. I didn't think it would come out this way. I'm just sitting here reeling in the irony that a few weeks ago you were so upset I didn't admit I had feelings for you before we knew each other. Meanwhile, you've been married for years to a woman named Amanda? It's a lie. He sits beside me, reaching to put his hand on my thigh before he seems to think better of it. But is there someone named Amanda? She's my ex-girlfriend. Inside, my heart seems to flip over and twist, and I remember. Oh, I mentioned her when we first were married. The bossy one. He laughs, but it isn't a joyful sound. Right. I don't even know if I need him to tell me more, because the story unfolds so obviously in front of me. His words fade in and out, close on the heels of my own spiraling understanding. I haven't spoken to her since we broke up. We were together only 6 months or so. It was so good when we first met. I was young and stupid. After only a week I told my family that I was going to marry her and stay in the States. Things went off the rails, but I didn't bother to tell them. Didn't want them to worry, and it got to a point where it was easier to lie. I nod, staring at my hands folded in my lap. I sent them a photo of us, of me with Amanda, and told them we'd been married at City Hall. He pauses, wincing. But This was after I'd ended things with her. Before then, Mam kept threatening to bring me home. Dad was sure I'd never make anything of myself here. Since then, they've not worried so much. I sent money home, wrote letters. I think they've been really proud. You were proud, you mean? I say quietly. You were too proud, and you lied. I suppose. He takes my hand and I let him. I'm sort of torn between understanding and fury. Of course I get why he would lie about this. But he lied to the people he loved. He lied to me. After our first fight, we were honest about everything. All of this has felt so genuine that it's shattering to think it isn't quite real. They said I look different from the earlier photos. He nods. That's the silver lining. I suppose it will make it all easier because you look like her. I pull my hand from his and stand. The silver lining. Like it turned out to be convenient that the girl who found him at the subway looked like the girl he had pretended to marry. It fits into a perfect narrative he created. I want to scream. I feel like the trust we've built in the past few weeks has been hurled against the wall. Will make it easier? You're asking me to play along? I try it out in my head, and if possible, the hurt deepens. I could almost understand lying to his family for all these years out of a desire to protect them. After all, I haven't told my parents either. But I imagine spending the rest of the week responding to someone else's name with a smile. Obviously, it's a temporary solution, but I guess the problem is that I didn't think I was temporary anymore. If he wants to do away with our initial year plan, then isn't it better for us to tell them the truth now? I'm in this same spot again, playing a secondary role in Calvin's life story, the role of Amanda. His eyes track me as I move around the sofa. It's only a few days, he says softly. My heart is a deflating balloon. He's fine with his family continuing to think I'm someone else? Isn't he proud of me? Of what we've built together? Doesn't that outweigh the shame in having to admit his lie? I'm safe from replying when his phone rings, and use the excuse to walk into the bedroom to get some space and some air. The call lasts for only a second because when I look up, he's in the doorway, moving toward me. With the finger under my chin, he tilts my face up. Hey, he says, face softening when I meet his eyes. I don't think I'm doing this right. I nod, fixing my gaze on his jawline, his lips, the bob of his Adam's apple when he swallows. Things lined up strangely, that's all. He leans forward, kissing me once. It doesn't change me and you. I have no idea what to say to this. It feels like this changes everything. I don't even get my own name here. I want to talk more, but I need to run downstairs. A messenger dropped something off and I need to sign for it. We'll finish this when I'm back, okay? Okay. I love you, Holland. He said it. He said it for the first time, and I feel numb. Okay. Okay, he repeats, and with another brush of his lips against mine, he's out the door. He's gone less than 5 minutes, and when the door opens again, I know right away that something's wrong. He's staring in shock at the paper in his hands. What is it? His eyes jump to the top again. It's from immigration. A trapdoor opens and my stomach plummets. We've been expecting a letter, the official notification of his green card contingency details, but judging by the look in his face, it isn't that letter. Reaching up, he runs a hand over his mouth and in a hoarse voice adds, They want us to come in for another interview. Does it say why? I move to his side to read over his shoulder. Calvin shakes his head and hands me the letter. I scan the words, trying to make sense of them, to find some piece of information hidden in the handful of vague sentences. In regards to your interview dated, further clarification. My mind spins back to that drab grey office, and I'm trying to find some memory that might help explain what we did wrong. Calvin paces the living room. Dropping the papers on the counter, I head straight to where my phone is charging on the bedside table and press the tiny photo next to Jeff's name. It only rings once before someone picks up.
Hey, kiddo,
Robert says, answering his husband's phone.
We thought you might call.
Calvin got a letter from... I stopped processing what he said. What?
Jeff woke up to a text from Sam Doherty.
I imagine him standing in their cozy kitchen, having a lazy morning and his second cup of coffee.
He's on the phone with him now.
I'm not sure if I feel better or worse that Doherty thought to contact Jeff about whatever is going on. Can you hear what he's saying? I ask. There's a pause and I can hear the faint murmur of Jeff's voice in the background. I chew on my fingernail, waiting for an answer.
It looks like he's hanging up, so hold on a second and you can ask him yourself.
Okay, I whisper. Calvin appears in the doorway. The living room curtains are open, and with the sunlight streaming into the apartment behind him, I can barely make out his face. But I can easily identify the rigid line of his shoulders and the tight clench of his hands at his sides.
Hey, Halsey,
Jeff says, startling me back to the call. I'm here. Doherty texted you?
Yeah, early this morning.
He said he needs you to come back in for a few more questions. Both of you. Did they say what kind of questions? He didn't want to get into it, but didn't sound all that concerned. I want to curl in on myself in a paralyzing combination of anxiety and relief.
Now, Holland, listen. I'm sure this will be fine. They're just doing their jobs and clarifying a few things. Make sure everything's on the up and up. Things are good between you and Calvin, so there's nothing to lie about. It is a real marriage.
I look up to where my husband is quietly listening to my end of the conversation and quickly divert my eyes. Right.
I know the letter said to call for an appointment,
Jeff says, and there's the shuffling of paper. But Sam's moved some things around and can get you in at noon today.
Can you guys make that work?
We'll make it work, I say. Noon. We end the call, and the resulting silence feels oppressive. In unison, we glance to the clock on my bedside table. It's 11. Calvin turns away, muttering, "Right." I watch him move to the door, pull his phone from his coat on the hook, and bend his head dialing. The muscles beneath his shirt shift as he lifts his arm to place the phone by his ear. I have an acute memory of those muscles moving beneath my hands only this morning, with the sun barely filtering in through our bedroom window. I really should look away, but I don't know how much longer I'll get to enjoy this view.
Ma'am.
His voice is quiet.
Yeah, good.
A pause.
Right, so Amanda and I need to hop over to a meeting at noon.
Another pause, during which my heart bleeds into my stomach.
All's good, but we're not going to make lunch.
He goes quiet, nodding.
Sure, that's fine. We'll meet you outside the theatre at 4:30.
I watch him lower his phone and end the call. The name Amanda was a stone skipped across a lake. The ripples from it spread out across the room. Calvin turns to look over his shoulder at me. He looks resigned, like he clearly doesn't know where to start fixing this. Given the meeting we have less than an hour from now, I'm wondering whether we'll even get the chance. Is there anything you want to take with you? I ask him, hedging. He startles a little.
You think it's that kind of meeting?
I shrug, helpless. Calvin, I have no idea. Panic animates him, and he moves back over for his guitar, hurriedly bending and shoving a bunch of documents and letters into a messenger bag. And what if he doesn't come back here with me? What if he gets put on a plane? The prospect seems nearly preposterous, with his mother and sister finally only a mile or so away in a hotel. I feel like I can't quite catch my breath in this madcap circus between us. We've gone from strangers to spouses, to friends to lovers, and now we're spiraling in this no-man's land of awkward. Amanda is still a shadow on the wall, and here we are, defending our marriage to the government, again. And this time it feels real. He loops his bag across his chest, picks up his guitar, and meets me at the door, expression somber.
I hate how this has turned.
I can't help it. I laugh. The sentiment is sweet, but so unbelievably obvious.
It's funny,
he asks quietly. It's just... I look up at him, and for the span of 3 tight breaths, it all reels through my head. His first small smile at the station, the easy comfort of our first lunch together, the vibrator in the couch, the first interview, the drunken blur of his body on mine, and then the clarity of making love with him again, and again, every day for weeks. I swear I know him, but then there's Amanda, and another interview, and I realize with startling horror that I am a complete disaster of an adult. It's just a lot. I don't trust any of the sweet gestures right now. I don't trust his hand reaching for mine on the C train, or his reassuring chatter as we walk the 3 blocks to the Federal Building. I don't trust the tenderness in his eyes when he bends outside, cupping my jaw in his hand and whispering right up against my ear. I want to fix all of this. Let me fix all of this. Obviously, he has the most to lose here, at least on face value, because it's impossible to assess the damage this is doing to me emotionally. He has his work permit, his dream job, a pretty sweet apartment in walking distance to work, and a wife who conveniently looks a lot like the woman he's been pretending to be married to for the past 4 years. Of course he wants to fix this. I only have this blossoming joy in my heart that I've felt waking up beside Calvin McLoughlin for the past several months. Not to be melodramatic, but who needs love? So I don't bother to answer him, and instead turn into the building. Through the security screening we go, up the elevator, down the marble hallway, and into the immigration suite. Calvin gestures for me to sit, and then lowers himself into the chair beside me in the waiting area, pulling out his phone. I watch as he turns on the screen and reads a text from someone named Natalie. I can't help it. I'm already a bare wire exposed. Natalie? He doesn't even try to hide it. He tilts his phone so I can read the text there. Hey you, checking in to see if you're free? When I look up, he reminds me unnecessarily. She's the girl I was meant to go on a date with that night at dinner with you and the uncles. What the fuck? Heat rises like steam to my face. She's still texting you? He drops his head into his hands. We haven't talked since. I guess she's just following up on what I said. What you said? We were married when you spoke to her. What did you say? Check back in 4 months for a rain check on that date? What the hell, Calvin? What have you been doing with me? He begins to argue, but Doherty is materialized a few feet away, and we stand in a burst, as if saluting. How long has he been there? Did he hear us? Oh my God, we are idiots. Hey there, Doherty says. Come on back. With a small, encouraging smile, he turns and we follow. It feels so familiar, the walk to his office, the grey view out his window, the tight ball of anxiety in my stomach. But I'm also struck by how different it is, how much more we know now. Our first interview was a naive shot into the dark, with fingers crossed. Now we're walking across the room, dragging all this emotional and marital baggage behind us. Even if we make it out of this meeting intact, how long will we stay that way? Do I want to be married to someone who's been keeping a Natalie on the back burner? Do I want to be married to someone who may have married me only for this job? And because I looked like someone named Amanda? Doherty tells us to sit and closes the door behind us before rounding his desk. In front of him are 3 stacks of papers, and to the right is a thick file I can only assume is ours. I'm going to lay it out straight up, he says, scratching an eyebrow. He doesn't look pleased. After your first interview, I'm required to do an audit of the documentation to create my report. We both nod. At first blush, your story was pretty clear-cut. You met at the subway station, went on a date, fell in love. Calvin and I nod again. But it's like I know what's coming, and I can't breathe. Something jumped out at me. He pulls a sheet off the top of the middle pile and reads it quietly for a few seconds. The police report. Holland, here it is. Dated January 9th. You were assaulted at the 50th Street station. You claimed there was an unnamed musician in the station as a witness to your injury, correct? There it is. I swallow before speaking.
That's right. Now you also mentioned that Calvin used to play sometimes. Wasn't the assault at the station where you used to play, Calvin? That's right, sir. And before I can catch his eye, give him a tiny shake of my head, he adds, that's how it all began. But then he pulls back in a jerky motion, turning to me. Wait. I watch as understanding dawns. No, he says. I wasn't there that night, right? Silence blankets the room. You don't remember whether you were present when your girlfriend at the time was assaulted? Calvin closes his eyes, slumping. I was there. Slowly, Doherty slides the paper onto his desk and leans back, rubbing his eyes. Neither of us says a thing. We both know we're busted. We told Doherty we met 6 months before we got married. If Calvin was at the station when I got injured in January, he would undoubtedly be named in the police report as a witness, the victim's boyfriend. Okay, so I was right. The timelines don't match up, Doherty says quietly, resting his elbows on his desk and meeting our eyes in turn. See, I do the first audit, but there's always a second, independent assessment of the docs. Sometimes they'll skim the paperwork, but sometimes they're really thorough. He leans back again, studying us. Normally I would reject this outright and not even bother to bring you in, but I like you, and Jeff is a good friend. Unfortunately, this is easy to catch, because I have that Calvin played at that station, and you were assaulted at that station. If Calvin was there the night you were assaulted, then why didn't he come forward with information, and why isn't he explicitly named? I don't want to get caught in a situation where I've pushed through an obviously fraudulent marriage. It isn't, though, Calvin says, sliding forward in his seat. We may have stretched a few details, but it's a love marriage. A thick knot of emotion takes up resident in my throat. Doherty looks at me, and I nod. He probably assumes my watery eyes are tears of intense agreement, rather than heartache, because I'm not even sure whether Calvin is telling the truth, or is just a really, really good liar. On a personal note, I'm glad to hear that, he says, but it's pretty immaterial here. He sweeps his hand over our files. This doesn't look great. Beside me, Calvin leans back heavily in his chair, covering his face with his hands. Before you panic, Doherty continues, I have come up with a solution. He pulls the pile of papers from the left side of his desk and pushes them toward Calvin. When Jeff approached me initially, I advised him off the record that you'd be unlikely to qualify for an EB-1A green card or O-1B visa because of the length of your illegal tenure in the U.S. Right, I say. Jeff said those are really competitive and Calvin wouldn't qualify because he'd broken the law. Doherty nods. But given the current change in circumstance, specifically that Calvin is arguably one of the brightest stars on Broadway at the moment, I say we can easily make the case for national or even international acclaim and apply for a visa for persons with extraordinary ability. Calvin sits forward, eyes red, and finally takes a look at the papers. So we do this sort of visa instead of the green card? Doherty nods. Whether you stay married is up to you, but I worry about the red flags there. I know we can put an O-1B through now. The sun can't decide what it wants to do. It fights behind clouds, and even when it's free and exposed, it seems to beam weakly down on us. Outside the building, Calvin and I huddle in our coats. I want to look up to the cold spring sky and laugh my face off. All of this was moot. The wedding, the information sharing, the checking account, the utility bills, even the emotional entanglement. We were all so naive. This is what happens when you put a bunch of artists in charge of a legal decision, I mumble. I'll fill these out later and send them in first thing tomorrow, he says, and nods down to the forms clutched to his chest. Holy Christ, I'm glad this doesn't affect us. It's like we've walked out of a movie theater thinking we were together, only to realize we watched 2 different shows. This, I say, pointing between us, is totally moot. You get that, right? He reacts like I've shoved him,
shifting a step back.
Is that what you're taking away from the meeting?
That we don't need to be married? I say, laughing harshly.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking away.
What a mess this is. I want to go back in time. 2 weeks, that would be perfect. And I want to find a way to get him to tell me about Amanda, and explain it in a way where his explanations don't sound convenient and shady. I want it to happen before I meet his family, before I realize that I could be Holland, or Amanda, or Natalie, or anybody, that Calvin just needed a warm American citizen in his bed. But does that time exist? I'm not sure there would have been a way for him to tell me about Amanda and our convenient similarity, without it sounding like utter bullshit if he said in the next breath, "But I do love you." He stares off down the street, squinting.
My takeaway was a bit different.
Which is?
That we're free to just be together now.
He turns back to me.
That this marriage can exist without the odd pressures of obligation.
Defeat is a weight pulling my heart low. I like the idea of that, but 2 hours ago, I found out I'm just a convenient doppelganger. Even without the obligation of the green card, we still have that to address. He growls, tugging at his hair.
The Amanda thing isn't relevant here. It's not relevant between us. It was just a way to keep my family from worrying.
His defensiveness stokes a fire in me.
Then why didn't you tell me?
Because it sounds terrible, he says, laughing incredulously. It is terrible. Calvin tilts his face up to the sky, his jaw tight with frustration.
You know, I think you need to back off me a little here. Your parents still don't even know I exist.
You're right, I nod, but I never lied to you about it. I planned to tell them everything. The emotions that happened between us were unexpected, and I figured I had time to tell them before I took you home. I was just swept up in it.
As was I.
Yeah, but I only need to tell them that I fell in love with someone. Your family has been carrying around a photo of a woman they think is your wife, a photo you sent them, by the way, and have explained away the differences between us because they think I've lost a little weight and that I've done something to my hair. Is that why you always want me to wear it up?
He looks furious. No, I want you to wear it up because I like it up.
You've been lying to me about all of it this entire time, and would have been happy for me to go along with it.
Not everything here was a lie, Holland.
The wind whips his jacket collar against his neck.
I think we can both admit that what happened between us in bed wasn't a fraud.
He's right, and inside, I am a shimmering pot of feelings. Without question, I'm in love with him, and can so acutely remember the bliss of making love to him in the middle of last night that it makes my jaw clench with need. But I'm mad at myself for thinking this fucked up situation was what I deserved. What happened between us in bed was the truth, but what about outside of that? I can't even trust my internal compass of emotion anymore. Is this love? I know the sex wasn't a fraud, I say, and meet his eyes in time to catch his tiny wince. But I don't know how to believe you want more than that when you stood there and asked me to let them call me Amanda. That doesn't scream long-term.
Holland, I
need some time to think. Maybe I'll call my family tonight and I'll talk it out.
The show is tonight, love. Mom and Bridge.
You can't honestly expect me to come along, can you? His expression crashes and he steps forward, holding my arm in his free hand.
Holland, this is all shite. I get that. But I'll talk to them. I'll explain. We'll fix this.
I know I'm going to hate that I say it, but I can't seem to hold the words back. We don't need to fix it anymore. You're free. The wind chooses this moment to burst past us, propelling us apart. It's the perfect moment for the perfect metaphor. Calvin searches my eyes for a few more seconds and then looks away.
All right. I'll come round later to gather my things.
Chapter 26. I've done a lot of crazy things in the last 4 months, but calling Brian and quitting before tonight's performance might be the craziest. I couldn't tell if he was speechless from glee or shock, but his silence on the other end allowed me to get the words out, even as my own realization that I was quitting
rather than just calling in sick, unfolded over the phone. I'm not coming in tonight. Actually, I really need to find something else to do. I'm not happy working there anymore. I think I'm quitting. Jeff and Robert I have to tell in person. I owe them that courtesy after everything they did to get me the job in the first place. But Lulu, bless her heart, replied with a string of hearts and eggplants and smiley faces and rocker hand emojis, before typing the actual words. It's about fucking time. Within 10 minutes, she sent me a list of restaurants where I should apply. So while the fire of mania and heartache and terror and regret still burns me up inside, I update my resume, planning to take it to a dozen places this week. I worked at the dining hall when I was at Yale. That's about the extent of my food industry experience. But I'm hoping that my days at the Levin Gladstone will cash out here, because it is hard as hell to get a job there, and archivist and customer relations looks pretty badass on paper. I get now that what Robert gave me wasn't a great job, but a great investment. And then I come home and open my article on Calvin and the production, on my hunt for talent in New York, trying to Rumpelstiltskin my black angst into golden prose, and do everything I can to avoid thinking about how it's going to feel when Calvin gets home and I realize we're really over. I'm hammering away at my keyboard, high on word count and 2 glasses of wine, but my righteous resolve melts when Calvin walks into the apartment and hangs his coat up on the hook. He stands by the door, expression somber, and then pulls in a deep breath, stepping into the room. Taking a perch on the corner of the coffee table, he says quietly, "You weren't even out in the lobby." He looks exhausted. Blue circles bloom beneath bloodshot eyes, and his normally smiling mouth is a grim, flat line. I slide my laptop onto the table beside him. I called Brian and quit. He doesn't seem at all surprised by this. He just nods, staring down at his interlaced hands. Seeing his wedding band glint in the lamplight is enough to suck the air from my lungs. "Where are your mom and sister?" I ask. A glance at the clock shows me that it's well past midnight. The show ended at least 2 hours ago. "Back at the hotel." "Did they have fun?" He nods but doesn't answer aloud. "I'm sure they were so proud of you." "I think so," he says. "I think so." This is nothing like my breakup with Bradley, where it felt like all we had to do was put a lid on a box. Right now, my heart hurts. It's squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, trying to keep me moving through this moment, where I'm pretty sure I've decided that in order to get myself back, I'll be losing him. I told him about Amanda. He scratches at a fleck of white on his black dress trousers. They're peeved. They'll get over it. I don't know what to say to this. All that comes out is a sympathetic hum. Calvin looks up at me. "Will you? Get over it?" He nods. "Maybe," I tell him, "but not right away. I mean, I think I understand why you lied to them. You didn't want them to worry about you over here. But then you didn't tell me either, so it all just seems very convenient. I had a hard time trusting that this was real at the beginning, and it doesn't exactly help that you wanted me to lie about my name to your family." "I'll explain whatever you need me to," he says. "I did a shite job explaining this. I was panicked. I realize it all looks so bad from where you're sitting." "Yeah." I look up at him. "And although we can hash out the Amanda thing, I'm not sure you can explain away Natalie." He leans forward, taking both of my hands in his. "There is nothing happening with Natalie. When she called at the restaurant, I told her I was starting a new relationship. That's what I said. I didn't give her an expiration date." He bends, kissing my knuckles. "It was cowardly not to tell my parents about Amanda. Plain and simple. And yeah, I married you at first to stay here. But my love for you isn't a lie. It was shite to expect you to lie with me. He shakes his head and looks to the window. "In the moment, it was all a swarm in my head. I'm so sorry, but I'm here now, and I'll do whatever you need me to do to fix this between us."
I study his face, his smooth skin, dancing green eyes, the full mouth I've kissed thousands of times. He looks positively miserable, and I don't even know what to say. "I fucked this up," he whispers, and his eyes fall closed. "I really fucked it up. God, this hurts. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it." When he opens his eyes again and looks at me, I don't want him to leave, but I know I'm going to make him go. We're such a mess. "Well, anyway, I told you I'd come back later and get my things," he says, trailing off. I try to swallow around the clog in my throat, my chest, my gut. "Yeah. Do you want me to go?" "I don't want you to, no. But right now I need you to." He directs his next quiet question to the floor. "Do you want to stay married?" My heart screams yes. Most of my body, in fact, screams yes, yes, yes. But a tiny fragment inside, a spark that's turned into an ember, whispers no. I know we could talk through Amanda or Natalie, or all the secrets we've kept from our families, the way we talked through Lulu's insane stalker accusations. But in the grand scheme of life, those are all small things, and the big things need to happen with a clean slate. Before this, I had nothing going on in my life. This man was presented as an option, and I was willing to marry him just to have something to do, some victory to claim. My willingness to jump into a fake marriage seems depressing in hindsight. The fact that he lied to me feels terrible. The fact that over and over again, I'm not sure whether or not I can trust his feelings to be genuine, is gutting. But the worst feeling is the deep confusion inside me about why he would love me at all. I feel stale and tiresome. No matter what my uncles say, Calvin and I aren't Robert and Jeff. We didn't start out with clear intentions and unequivocal declarations of love. I can't be the Jeff, working on the sidelines, while Calvin takes off like a comet. I need to fill my life with accomplishments I create, not just witness. "I love you," I tell him earnestly, and swallow a few times so I don't cry when I get through the rest of it. It's the first time I've said it. In every book I've ever read, where the protagonist does what I'm about to do, I hate it. I yell at the pages. But I get it now. And part of me really does want to stay married and work through this, and have the unexpected perfect ending. But I've been really good at letting other people take care of me, and making my decisions based on what other people need. I've been scared of figuring out my own shit, or trying something and failing. And now I'm sitting here thinking, I wouldn't even be in love with me. How can I believe him when he says he is? Calvin moves to interrupt me, but stops when I hold up a hand. I know he wants to reassure me that he honestly loves me. But he's only alluded to the fact that we should know we're in love because of how good the sex is. We could work on us, but I'm not happy with me right now. I want to do something, not just watch you do everything. He stares at me, murmuring, I get that. Of course he does. He's got music, and he's put that first nearly his entire life. He was a complete mess in how he handled this, but now, looking at him, he's got it all figured out. Calvin moves his gaze over my face, my forehead, cheeks, nose, mouth, chin, and last, my eyes, before slowly leaning forward and pressing his mouth to mine. Okay. I smile quizzically once he's pulled back. Okay? I can wait. Chapter 27. I suppose I should be grateful for the truth in the saying, sometimes when one thing falls apart, other things fall into place. After all, without the meltdown of my relationship that afternoon outside the Federal Building, I would never have left the theater. Without leaving the theater, I would never have gotten a waitressing job 2 days later at Friedman's in Hell's Kitchen, where I work 3 afternoon shifts and 3 nights a week. Without the restaurant job, I wouldn't have my days free to write,
and without writing, I wouldn't have what feels like a tree taking root inside me, growing up and invisibly out of every pore. My scramble of ideas about growing up in the symphony hall, subway buskers, and the glitter and brass of Broadway turns from a journal of jumbled words into an essay. It seems so obvious now. Write about music, you dummy. I forgot the joy of seeing words coming out of my hands before they've even come into my head. When I close my eyes and type, I see Calvin's hands moving over the neck of the guitar, hear the clatter of change falling dissonantly into the guitar case down at the station, and remember how he barely registered the ocean of people crashing in waves all around him on the subway platform. For a couple of weeks, I try to keep moving, waitressing, word count, running in Central Park at least once a day. In part, it's the rush of accomplishment and seeing my body shed the extra pounds, creating definition where there used to be none. But also, every time I slow down and sit on the couch, or lie in bed and stare at the ceiling, I'm miserable. The old standby habit of distracting myself online is impossible. I see photos of Calvin everywhere on Twitter and Facebook, on buses and the subway station. Discarded playbills litter the street. He's texted a few times, once because he forgot some sheet music here, and he picked it up when I wasn't home. On 4 other occasions, he's texted to check in, and each time I answered the question directly, no more. How are you surviving this first week apart? I'm trying. I sent you 6 months' worth of rent. Did you get it? Yes, I got your check, thank you. I haven't seen you at the theatre in weeks. Where are you working? I got a new job. I'm working at Friedman's. Will you have dinner with me on Monday? I'm sorry I can't. I work Monday nights. This last one was sent only 4 days ago, and it wasn't a lie. I do work Mondays. But my new manager is nice and likes that I work hard and don't complain. I'm sure I could have asked to swap nights with someone. The thing is, there isn't anything particularly romantic in Calvin's messages. As ever, my problem is that I have no idea how to read him. I worry that if we start talking more, this new, improved version of Holland will fall apart, because I'll want him back more than I'll want her to stay. I do give myself a few minutes every day to think about him. I'm not completely dead inside, and I don't have that kind of self-control anyway. Sony Music re-recorded the soundtrack with Ramon and Calvin. It is glorious. When the afternoon lunch crowd is slow, I'll ask the head chef, Jose, to put the soundtrack on in the kitchen. I'll go to the dark corner with a glass of ice water and press it to my forehead while I listen to Lost to Me. The sound of Calvin's guitar, the hopeful opening chords that surge into an anxious, feverish rhythm later in the song, seem to reverberate inside my skull. I know how those notes sound when they're coming from across the room, from across the bed. I know how they sound hummed contentedly into my ear, with the warm curl of his body all along my back. I flush hot with the need to cry, and roll the cold glass along my forehead, back and forth, and back and forth, and try instead to think about my essay and my new job. Emotion takes over in a different way. Loss is tinged with pride, and I can go back out and wait my tables and earn enough money to pay my rent, all on my own, for the first time in my life. At 1 p.m. on a Wednesday, I finish the essay. The cursor blinks at me, both patient and expectant. But there are no more words for this particular story. I haven't gone back and read it in its entirety, but when I do, I realize that it's more than just about music. It's about Calvin specifically, and my own journey after meeting him, and how pure, sublime talent transcends everything else, no matter where you find it. It's about how the clatter of trains and sour smells of the station dissolved away when he played, and the way the audience similarly disappears now when he's on stage. It's about the pride in having discovered someone and done something to make sure his talent didn't stay hidden forever. It's a love letter. There's no hiding that. But the oddest thing is that I'm pretty sure it's a love letter to myself. Like firing a homemade rocket into the sky and hoping it reaches Jupiter, I send my essay off to the New Yorker. In fact,
I laugh when I put a stamp on it because the idea that I could be published there is hilarious. But what do I have to lose? I've never been published anywhere close to this level of prestige. It's easy to imagine an editor, a man so cerebral he cares nothing about appearances, has tea stains on papers all over his desk, and uses words like hooraeth, sonorous, and denouement in casual conversation, opening my submission and tossing it with a dismissive groan over his shoulder, where it lands in a pile of other delusionally ambitious essays. I say a quiet, sarcastic, "Go get 'em, Tiger," when I drop it in the mailbox. But then, 3 weeks later, I think I stop breathing for a full 10 minutes when I receive a letter saying that it's been accepted. I walk around my apartment, holding the editorial letter, rereading it out loud. I want to call Jeff and Robert, of course, but I have to push past the Calvin cobwebs in my thoughts to get there. This article is about us, and not only do I need to get his permission to publish it, I want him to read it, simply because I want him to see me. But strangely, I think he always has. And calling him after 5 weeks of silence is easier said than done. I go for a quick run to work through my excited, nervous energy. I call Davis, who makes me deaf in my left ear with his enthusiasm. I take a shower and make a sandwich and do some laundry. "Step up, Halsey," Jeff says in my head. When I look at the clock, it's only 3. I haven't wasted the entire day, and I can't procrastinate any longer. Calvin should be free. The phone rings once, twice, and he picks up halfway through the third. "Holland?" The sound of his voice on the phone sends static along my skin, a low-frequency hum of nostalgia and want. "Hey," I say, biting my bottom lip so I don't grin like an idiot. It is so good to hear him. "Hey." I can hear the smiling lean to the word, can practically imagine how he's flipped his hair out of his eyes, how his happiness reaches every part of his face. "This is a nice surprise." "I have some good news." "Yeah?" I nod, swallowing down my nerves and looking again for confirmation at the letter in my hands. "I wrote an essay about... I don't even know how to describe it, really. About you and me. Music in New York. I don't even know... The one you were working on before we split." "Yeah, that one." He waits for more, finally prompting. "And?" "And I sent it off to the New Yorker." I bite back a grin. "They accepted it." He pauses, and I hear his breath come out in a gust. "No way." "Yes way." "Holy shite." He laughs, and the sound of it punches me right in the face. I miss him so much. "This is amazing, Mr. Doreen." His old nickname for me. There it is, and my heart goes boom. "Do you want to read it?" He laughs. "Is that a serious question?" "I can trade shifts with someone on Monday, if you wanted to have dinner." Dinner with Calvin, and this glow inside me that feels right for the first time in ages. "Tell me where," he says, "and I'll be there." "You're finally going to let us read it?" It's the first thing Jeff says when he opens the door Monday afternoon and sees me standing there, holding a large manila envelope containing the editorial letter and a printed copy of my essay. "It's even better than that," I tell him, waving the envelope enticingly. I'm nearly drunk with glee. "Where's Bobbert?" "In the kitchen." Jeff grimaces in warning. "Come help." Once inside, I register that the air smells suspiciously of Robert's cooking, a mixture of burnt bread and scalded tomato sauce. "Honey, come in here. I think I messed up the pasta." Although he also calls Jeff honey, I know for a fact he's speaking to me. I slide the envelope onto the entryway table, pointing at Jeff. "Paws off. I have news." He holds his hands up in surrender, promising not to peek, and I meet Robert in the kitchen. "You knew I was coming," I tell him as he sits down at the kitchen table with a glass of red wine, surrendering responsibility. "Why didn't you just wait for me to get here?" "I was trying to surprise you with lunch." He's adorable. I survey the meal. It's really just pasta and sauce.
Just dump it,
he says.
It's scalded.
I give him a sympathetic smile, and with one tilt of the pan over the trash, it's handled. Robert orders Vietnamese delivery. Jeff brings the envelope into the kitchen, and it sits there on the table, silently throbbing. We start off with a little bit of small talk, though every few seconds I can see them glancing down to the table. How are things? I ask.
Brian really stepped in it last week,
Robert says. I'm already feeling high from the impending dinner with Calvin, and the news that Brian fucked up somehow makes me feel plastered with thrill.
He got into a screaming match with a woman who was wandering around the lobby before a show, and she turned out to be some foreign diplomat's wife who was getting a tour and lost her way coming back from the bathroom.
I wince. My happiness is tempered somewhat by the realization that the confrontation probably turned into a big mess for Robert and Michael. Oof. Sorry. Robert shrugs.
Calvin seems a tiny bit more alive these last few days.
He says this carefully, knowing he's just dropped a live bomb in the room.
Ramon got engaged, so the cast threw a big party for him last week.
I know I should feel glad that Calvin looks more alive, but in a totally selfish sense, it was a relief that he wasn't bouncing around, happy as ever Calvin, without me this past month. And on top of that, to realize that I've missed what was probably a really fun party, this update bums me out. Basically, I am a jerk. Jeff sees this written plainly all over my face and laughs, but not unkindly.
You know, Halsey, you could take him back anytime you want.
I'm not sure about that, I say. For as excited as I am to see him tonight, I'm still not sure that we're in the same place emotionally. I've had so much time in my own head, on my runs, in the bustle of waiting tables, to understand how things got so intense between us so quickly, and how it could still happen even if he didn't love me the way he thought he did. Joining Possessed was emotional for him. The relief of being here legally was emotional. Gratitude can be deceptively deep sometimes. This time apart has sucked, but it's likely been a good barometer of how genuine our feelings are. I know mine are real. I hope his are too. My stomach ties itself into a knot.
Seems to me you were the one who ended things,
Jeff reminds me. I was, but I think it was good for him to have some distance. I take a deep breath. We're having dinner tonight, so we'll see. Robert grins widely at this, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand.
We're so proud of you, Buttercup.
Thanks, guys. I look up at them, wondering whether I need to thank them more exhaustively for raising me, for bringing me here, for propping me up, and for shepherding me through the crazy decisions I've made this year. But one look at them tells me they already know how grateful I am for them. So I just say quietly, thanks for everything. I can't even imagine not having you.
You are the child we never had,
Robert says simply.
You're our pride and joy.
We need to move into this essay business, or I am going to end up an emotional puddle in their dining room. So, I had a bit of an epiphany a little over a month ago, I tell them, drumming my fingers on the table. It feels so obvious now, but I think being with Calvin really pushed me to realize it. They both blink expectantly at me. I slide the envelope across the table. Robert opens it and clasps his hands to his mouth as soon as he sees the letter from the New Yorker on top. Jeff shouts before he launches himself out of his chair and picks me up out of mine, holding me a foot above the floor. After the screams and exclamations and several rounds of reading the letter out loud, we quiet down enough to sit and for them to begin to read the essay itself through their proud tears. Robert's expression sobers and turns heart-achingly tender when he realizes that this essay is in part about his influence on my life and my future. Although I've incorporated the editorial notes that were suggested in the letter, and I know they've made the overall theme stronger, it's still scary to hand this over to him. I write like I know what I'm talking about in the musical sense, and now that he has the essay in his hands,
I'm suddenly terrified he's going to tell me all the ways I got things wrong when speaking about pitch and composition and raw musical talent. I see his eyes flicker back over the same sentence a few times and try to guess what section he's reading. My nerves are going to eat their way through my stomach and up my throat. I can't just sit here, watching them read while we wait for lunch. Curling up on the couch in the living room, I pull out my phone, lazily scrolling through my Twitter feed. News, news, the world is on fire, news. And then I'm stalled at a photo of Calvin, standing next to a beautiful brunette on a red carpet. It's not even on his Twitter account, or the Levin Gladstone social media feed. It's on Entertainment Weekly. It's like swallowing ice. Everything in my throat seizes up. In the preview image, he has his arm around her waist. He's wearing my favorite smile. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But how can I not? I click the link to the article. For the second time in a month, Broadway guitarist and heartthrob Calvin McLoughlin steps out with indie actress Natalie Nguyen, this time for the New York premiere of the political thriller Execute, starring his bromance better half and It Possessed Him star Ramon Martin. The easy-on-the-eyes duo has been spotted twice in New York City with. Abruptly, I drop my phone face down on the coffee table. There is a storm inside me named Hurricane Natalie. Hey you, checking in to see if you're free. Calvin seems a bit more alive these last couple weeks. I lift a throw pillow to my face and scream. Holland, this is exquisite. Robert yells from the table, misunderstanding my meltdown. The pillow gets hurled across the room. Does Calvin have a fucking girlfriend? Two sets of footsteps pad across the floor, coming to a stop behind the couch. Does Calvin have a girlfriend? Robert repeats. Not that I know of. But I haven't really seen him outside of performances. Jeff gingerly retrieves my phone from the table, looking at the article still up on the screen. Oh, she's the woman from... He snaps his fingers. What was that film with Josh McGowan? About the tour group that went to... Right. Robert jumps in. To Nova Scotia. He taps his mouth while he tries to remember. What's her name? She was fabulous in it. Her name is Natalie Nguyen. I punch the pillow. Can we skip the part where you tell me she's an amazing talent and get to the part where my husband has his arm around her tiny waist on the red carpet? Chapter 28. It's probably no surprise that I bail on dinner. Jeff and Robert insist that I don't know the true story, and that rumors like this happen all the time. No matter how much they want me to think otherwise, Jeff and Robert have to understand that Calvin dating Natalie isn't ludicrous. It's likely. I give them a copy of the essay for Calvin to read and approve, and then I meet Lulu for drinks at Lily's, telling her we're going to celebrate my New Yorker victory. Maybe if I focus on the positive, I won't melt into a Holland-shaped puddle of regret. I think I want to get drunk, but only one glass of wine in, I text Calvin. I think it's probably best if we skip dinner. I'll have Robert give you a copy of the essay tomorrow. Best for whom? My heart sags. I'm positive that getting drunk will only result in me calling him later and sobbing into the phone. It might not be fair, but I'm furious with him for moving on so quickly. Just over a month? When I get angry, I cry. It's like the two wires cross in my emotional brain. I haven't said anything to Lulu yet about Calvin and Natalie, but in her tiny pauses to draw breath, outside of the Lulu bubble, babbling about whether or not to break up with Jean, and getting Botox next week, and the new shoes she can't afford but is going to buy anyway, she seems to pick up that something is wrong. I thought we were celebrating the essay, she says, and pushes my wine closer to me. You just got your thing published in the place you were super excited about. Why do you look like such a sad sack when I'm describing a pair of Valentinos? I stab a fry into a tiny ceramic cup of truffle sauce. Now, with her question, I'm defensive and sad. Why does Lulu always make it seem as though my feelings are an inconvenient distraction from hers? I'm a sad sack, I say irritably, because I think Calvin is dating Natalie Nguyen. She nods, popping one of my fries into her mouth. I saw that the other day.
I feel like I've been punched. I count to 10 and then give myself only 1 second to glare up at her. Something inside me is on fire. Thanks for the heads up. What did you want me to say? Good luck competing with that? She eats another fry. Wouldn't that be worse? This moment right here is where my friendship with Lulu dies. How are you? Davis asks, and in the background, I hear neither the television nor any sort of food preparation. The silence tells me that my brother is genuinely worried about me. I vacillate between excited about the essay and sad about the boy. Sad is an understatement. In the week since I saw the photo and then had drinks with Lulu, I've spent a disproportionate amount of time sobbing into my pillow. Davis, wisely, does not make a comment about how hot Natalie Nguyen is, or how I should have seen this coming. I'm sorry, Halls. Have you talked to him? No. I don't mention that he's called me twice this week. Both voicemails were simple and unsentimental. Holland, it's me. Please call. And although Calvin, the real one, not the past version who sexted me lines to show in an interview, is far more likely to be emotional in person than over voicemail, I also know him well enough to be able to read distance there. I probably should woman up and have the conversation about initiating our annulment. But although Jeff and Robert still insist I might be wrong, even if there is a 5% chance that Calvin and Natalie aren't a thing, I'm not sure I'm prepared for the 95% chance of confirmation that they are. And Jeff said something about you having a split with Lulu, too? I groan in confirmation, but less out of heartbreak and more out of a surprising relief that the stress of that friendship is past me. With the mention of Lulu, though, and the reminder of her dismal display of tender emotions, I remember that I refuse to be a self-absorbed brat, and there is an actual reason why I called my brother. I have good news, though. It's about Robert. We found out yesterday that Robert has won the Drama Desk Award for Possessed, a huge Broadway honor. Jeff, who is over the moon about it, is planning a 50th birthday party / award celebration. Of course I have to be there. And of course Calvin will be too. No way am I going solo. I need major reinforcements, and nobody makes me laugh harder than Davis. I know where this is going, he says, once I've explained the situation. He lets out a long sigh. Does this mean I need to get a plane ticket and rent a tux? Well, yeah, because I want my date to look hot. That is some flowers in the attic stuff, Halls. Don't be weird. You ready for Saturday? Jeff asks, putting an arm around me as we maneuver through the world's most expensive grocery store. I'm nervous, I admit. Have you picked out a dress? No. I loathe shopping. I have a nice black one I can wear. My proper dress. We should get you something new. This is a big deal. Jeff pauses to inspect some produce and doesn't notice my horror as he seems to seriously consider purchasing a tiny bag of cherries for $12. I'm glad Davis is coming out. I haven't seen him in nearly a year. Despite my mopey heart, I have to admit that good things are happening. The essay, Robert's award, Davis's visit. I know Jeff is right, and over time I'll feel incrementally better about this whole Calvin thing. I'm just not there yet. So when Jeff puts the cherries down and turns to face me fully, wearing an expression of grim resignation, I know he's preparing to say something that will eviscerate me. What? I ask, my voice low and predatory. He laughs at this, but his eyes remain tight. I think you know already that Ramon hasn't signed on for an extended run. Robert mentioned it a few months ago, but I wasn't sure whether that had changed with Calvin and Ramon's popularity. It has and it hasn't. Jeff looks down and picks up a pear, I'm sure is an obvious distraction from looking at my anxious expression. Ramon's run is up at the end of this year. He and his fiancée are based in L.A., so 2 days ago, Robert was asked to open the L.A. run of Possessed. He turns back, watches me, and I feel my heart squeeze too tight, in joy and panic. Robert is moving to L.A.? He hasn't accepted yet, but is strongly leaning that way. As much as I try my
That's amazing. Comes out a little flat. It is, Jeff says carefully, putting the fruit down. They would do a special performance of the soundtrack at the Staples Center before moving into the Pantages Theater. My eyes widen. The Staples Center is enormous. The Pantages is beautiful. It's where Robert and Jeff took me to see Wicked for my 21st birthday. Having a show begin to travel is an unquestionable sign of success. Is Robert losing his mind? Jeff smiles, and it's the smile he saves only for his husband, the one that makes me ache with how happy they are. He looks younger, more carefree. He is. He wanted to tell you about the offer, but I asked to speak to you first. Is there any particular reason why, or... I stop, putting the pieces together myself. My stomach drops like a brick from the sky. Oh. Jeff licks his lips nervously. Right. If Robert and Ramon go to open the show there, Calvin has agreed to go too. Well, I guess I now know why Calvin called me this week. We'd better rush this annulment along. It's already June. The clock's a-ticking. Are you going to L.A.? I ask. I'll go out as much as I can. He smiles a little helplessly, and I'm sure he's as torn as I am about this. I can't exactly work from the West Coast. It should only be 10 months or so. There's an odd consolation in that, at least. And are you asking my permission? I wouldn't say that, but we did both think you should be consulted. You're the reason it was possible in the first place. I hold up my hands in front of me. I don't have any say in this, and even if I did, I'd tell them they're both crazy if they pass this up. It's amazing that I sound so calm because it feels like a fault line has just cracked my chest in two. Tell Bobbert I'll be at the opening show, and I'll be the loudest one cheering. I can't believe that's what you're wearing. Davis looks at me and then returns to his perusal of the minibar on his side of the car. My brother's beard is at full lumberjack, though he does look pretty great in his tux. I smooth down the delicate black lace of my skirt. Jeff picked it out. He said I have to look better for this party than I've ever looked in my life. Our eyes meet again, and Davis gives a skeptical little shrug. That's asking a lot out of a dress. Ha ha. I move my wine glass away when he attempts to refill it. Jeff sent a car to pick us up, and I'm so nervous that if I don't slow down on the sauce, the chances of a Holland making an appearance tonight will be 100%. Sitting back in his seat, Davis cracks open a Red Bull from the minibar and pins me with a confused look. Doesn't that mean something, though? You didn't spend 2 hours blow-drying and curling your hair because you hate him. Of course I don't hate him, but I don't want to look terrible when he shows up with his new girlfriend. I need to even the playing field a little. Rack up the team or whatever it is. Davis swallows a long gulp and then belches. You were never allowed to use a sports analogy again. What I mean, I say, is that I'm in a good place, and I don't want to forget all the awesome things that are happening just because I'm so sad that my fake marriage ended. He looks up from the sleeve of cookies he's currently inhaling and raises a fist in solidarity. This is your fight song. Excuse you, I'm simply being positive. We both look up as the car slows to a stop. I look out the window and see that we're in front of the restaurant. Is it too late to turn around? I don't want to do this. Be positive, remember? Davis slides across the leather seat and steps out once the door is open, reaching to take my hand. You look beautiful. Shut up. I smile at him just as a camera goes off, one of many behind a velvet rope on either side of the entrance. A blue carpet leads the way to the door, and I can hear the music before we've even stepped inside. The familiar notes of Calvin's guitar, immortalized on the cast recording and filtering out of the ballroom. It's the cocktail hour Jeff has planned before the big LA announcement, and the restaurant is a hive of chatter and movement. A chandelier hangs like a constellation in the center of the room. Waitstaff wind their way through a sea of people and black tie. It's telling that my eyes don't immediately search out the two people who should be my lifelines here, Robert and Jeff, but land directly on Calvin. Our eyes meet, and a heavy weight falls from my chest to the ground. Half of his mouth turns up in a tentative smile before it straightens out again, unsure. "That's him?" Davis asks in my ear. "That's him." "I expected red hair." "Shut up, Davis." "Maybe a green top hat." I elbowed him roughly in the side. "If you embarrass me, I will cut your balls off and bury them." My brother snickers in my ear. Nearly everyone here tonight knows the history between me and Calvin. The cast and crew are mingling everywhere, and I caught a quick glimpse of Brian when I first walked in. I am positive he's eating this up like cake. There are countless people in this room who have been obviously salivating for this awkward public reunion. It feels like the force of 100 invisible hands is pressing on my lower back, urging me over to talk to my soon-to-be ex-husband. Davis, suave as ever, presses a cold glass of something into my hand and then smacks my butt so hard I jump. "Go on," he says. "I'm right behind you." I smooth the skirt back down over my ass, glaring at my brother. I'm aware that Calvin is watching all this from across the room. With one more tug at the hem of my dress, I make my way over to him and his slow, growing smile. Sweet Christ on a cupcake, he looks good. He needs a haircut, but I like the wild russet thickness of it falling over his forehead. His skin is tanner from the early summer sun, and his smile nudges awake a little flutter in my stomach. I can imagine the hard curve of his shoulder beneath his suit, the way his stomach feels against my palm, and how it spasms when I slide lower, taking the perfect heat of him in my hand. Wow. How quickly my brain brands myself all over him, the minute I see him. Mine, it says. Reclaim. Holland? Calvin steps closer, pressing his lips to my cheek. Hey. Hi. My heart is vaulting up into my throat, kicking wildly. He gives me another long once-over. You look beautiful. Thanks. So do you. He laughs through a full, open-mouthed smile. Why, thank you. 2 months without seeing each other, and a good opener might be, "Congratulations on the LA move," or something as simple as, "How are you?" Perhaps I could even introduce him to my brother standing at my side. But what do I actually do? I look around us and ask indelicately, "Where's Natalie?" Calvin's smile fades, and confusion replaces the sweet happiness that had been there. His dark brows pull in. What? I thought she'd be here with you tonight, I say, shifting on my feet, looking around us again briefly. Davis groans, forgoing the introduction for now, and immediately peeling away to the left. Calvin studies me for a quiet breath. Sorry. He blinks up at Davis's disappearing form and then back to me. I don't understand. You thought I'd bring Natalie tonight? Well, yeah. Is he confused because he doesn't realize I saw the photo of them together? Or is he aware how awkward it would have been to have her here, and bewildered why I'd think he'd put us all in that situation? He squints as if he's trying to puzzle this out. I thought we talked about this, he says quietly. I didn't realize Natalie was still an issue for you. I assumed I saw the photos of you together. I explain quickly. I don't want to make him explain any more than he has to. I don't want details. But I owe it to myself to be honest with him, too. I was sort of gutted when I saw them just before we were going to have dinner. I wish you told me. Told you? I don't... Calvin's frown deepens and he shakes his head once. What photos? Calvin... I close my eyes, suddenly feeling sick and wishing we hadn't tried to clear this up tonight. Don't. He steps closer, wrapping a warm hand around my upper arm. Holland, I don't know what photos you're talking about. When I look up, I can tell from his face that he's being sincere, and of course he hasn't seen them. He's never on Twitter. He never reads gossip sites. I pull out my phone, finding it easily, where it's still open in my browser. I am excellent at torturing myself. Calvin reaches for my phone, but the microphone squawks jarringly from the front of the room, and Jeff leans in, letting out a blasting, "Is this thing on?" Around us, everyone laughs at the volume, and Jeff's comical reaction. and the tension between Calvin and me is sliced down the middle. At his side, I carefully shift back, stepping away and out of his line of sight. I look for Davis, but he's all the way in the other side of the room, standing with one of Robert's old friends from Des Moines, whom Jeff flew out for the party. I'm sure everyone in this room knows Robert, but many of you may not know me, Jeff begins. There are a few shouts of loving protest at this, but Jeff smiles, leaning in. I'm Jeff, Robert Okai's husband. Cheers erupt, and I clap limply along, feeling numb. I want to revel in all this adulation for Robert, but the moment has such a strange flatness to it, as if I'm watching it from a distance. I want to thank you all for coming tonight to celebrate Robert's birthday, to celebrate his award, and to celebrate the news that we have to share. Jeff looks across the room at his husband. I am the luckiest man to have the life that I do, and I couldn't do any of it without you, honey. Robert comes forward to thundering applause, kissing Jeff before taking the microphone. Writing Possessed was a bit like being possessed, he begins, and people laugh knowingly. The story of Robert virtually not sleeping for a month while he composed it is legendary. But the story of the present incarnation of Possessed is really something. Nearly everyone knows this by now, but several months ago, we were down a lead musician, facing the incoming brilliance of Ramon Martin, and I was struggling to figure out what direction to take this production. I worried I was too close to it, worried that it would somehow grow stale over time. He looks up and finds me almost immediately. My niece Holland dragged me to the subway station, where a young Juilliard-trained guitarist was performing. The party erupts again, and Calvin turns to meet my eyes. His are tight and searching, but they're quickly torn from my face when Robert says, Come on up here, Calvin. The tightness gives way to a reluctant smile, as people make room for him to move to the front and join Robert. I feel swallowed by the crowd as it closes back in, hiding the path on the floor connecting me to Calvin. Robert continues, recounting how Calvin came in, how he blew them away. He skips over the immigration issue and moves directly to the moment Ramon and Calvin play together, bringing Ramon to the front of the room too. Robert talks about their first performance, and how very soon a high-pitched mania would greet them outside the theater after each show. He's launching into his announcement about opening the LA performance with the two of them when I feel someone step up beside me. I'm sure this is hard for you. I look over at Brian as he lifts his chin toward Calvin and feel my cheeks heat. He's staring straight ahead, jaw tight. We've knocked heads so many times, and it all just feels pointless now. Are you seriously choosing this moment to rub my nose in it? He meets my eyes, and a weird discomfort works its way through me. I've never held eye contact with him for so long. I realize what strangers we are, that I wouldn't have been able to name his eye color until now. I'm not making a dig, he says quietly. I'm sure it sucks that Robert is moving to LA, and I'm sure it sucks to see Calvin with someone else. I stare at him confused. You did something for the production. It was ungodly stupid, of course, but you did it for the right reasons. His eyebrows pull down. And now you're here hurting. I'm just saying human to human. I'm sorry. Excuse me, I mumble, turning because I'm worried I'm going to start crying. I push carefully through the crowd and find a side door into an empty hallway connecting the banquet rooms. The floor is marble. My heels click quickly down to the end, where I lean against a door to the stairwell, breathing in and out. I want to escape to my apartment, but Davis has my coat check ticket, and Calvin is still holding my phone. Back down the hall, the side door opens again. The sound of surprised voices and riotous applause spills out. I assume Robert has just mentioned L.A. But the cacophony dims back to a lull when the door closes with a heavy click. Footsteps approach, steady and measured, and a quiet Irish accent comes from behind me. Holland. Go back in there, I tell him, working to sound steady. I don't want to do this on a night that is supposed to be about Robert. They aren't done with the announcement yet. They've just finished. He pauses, and I hear his heavy exhale. I saw you leave, and it's just... I'm confused about what happened back there. Unable to face him yet, I swallow,
trying to clear the thickness from my throat. Which part?
The part where you saw me photographed with Natalie?
From behind me, his voice is gentle.
Did you look at it?
What? Of course I did, obsessively.
Are you sure?
Finally, I turn around confused. His expression softens when he sees that I'm a crying mess, and he reaches up, carefully moving his thumb across my cheek.
Look again.
Sniffing, I do what he says, entering my passcode and looking at the photo I've already seen 100 times now. He bites his lip, waiting for me to understand before letting out a small laugh.
Natalie Nguyen.
Calvin taps the screen, and now his eyes are smiling.
You think I'm dating Natalie Nguyen?
Everyone thinks that. You have been seen together a couple times, and you have your arm around her. I lick my lips, anxious that I'm missing something here. That's what Entertainment Weekly said.
I've seen her at a few theatre events. This photo was at Ramon's premiere, right?
I nod. He points to the edge of the photo, where I can now make out a sliver of a sleeve.
I think this photo cropped out Ramon, so it looks like it's just me and Natalie. Do you know how many photos I took that night?
I wipe my nose. No.
Probably 5,000.
He zooms in on the picture to an extreme close-up of his hand before giving it back to me. It's my least favorite part of the photo. Calvin's hand is wrapped fully around her waist, and it takes me a second to realize what he's showing me, the glint of a ring on his finger. My eyes fly down to his hand at his side, here in front of me. He's still wearing it.
Natalie Edgerton is a friend of Mark's,
he explains, and my stomach drops out in realization.
He set us up months ago, but then I got married and fell in love. Admittedly, in that order. I never replied to her text from that day, by the way.
I groan into my hands. Oh my God.
Natalie Nguyen is an actress with a small role in Ramon's film.
Calvin pries my hands away and holds them in his.
Even if I was at all interested in seeing other women, which I'm not, do you really think she's the one who was calling an unemployed street musician for a date all those months ago?
All motion has come to a halt in my brain. I want to throw myself against the wall repeatedly, until I'm unconscious and can forget this ever happened. Maybe not. He reaches up with one hand to wipe beneath my eye.
I don't have a girlfriend, Holland. I've got a wife, in case you've forgotten.
I know, but...
Though she hasn't texted, hasn't rung me back, hasn't wanted to see me.
At his tone, I glance up to his face, for the first time hearing past my own anxiety and hurt. In the stark hallway light, he looks devastated.
You told me you loved me,
he reminds me,
and I told you I'd wait. But it's been painful wondering more and more frequently whether you'll ever ask me to come home.
He ducks a little to hold my gaze.
We were going to have dinner, and you cancelled last minute.
I was working on myself and getting past Amanda, and all of the uncertainty that started building between us, I admit. And when I thought I was ready to see you, I saw the photo.
So why not call?
He asks.
Just to ask me about it, or yell at me, anything. If I did have a girlfriend, that would still be something to discuss, logistically, given that we're married, wouldn't it?
I press my hands to my face, mumbling, I don't know, from behind them. Calvin gently pries my hands away again.
If I went off with someone else, wouldn't you be angry?
Yes, furious.
As would I. I would be homicidal if you were with another bloke. So why not let me have it? I could have saved you so many days of worrying about this.
I look up at him. I wasn't actually sure a conversation about it would go that way.
You mean, you weren't sure I still loved you after only 2 months apart? What kind of heart do you think lives inside here?
He presses our joined hands to his chest.
I miss you.
It feels like a fist curls around my lungs when he says this in present tense. It made more sense in some ways to think you were playing along.
That I...
He blinks away, scowling.
Did you not read your own essay? You act as though all this time you were simply going along with something. What you did for me was astounding, and who you are, calm and assured and sexy and carefully creative. I am absolutely smashed in love with you. I bite my lower lip savagely, look back and forth at his eyes, trying to find the act. He has no reason to lie anymore. His hands come up, framing my face, and my heart pushes painfully against my breastbone, clawing toward him. A breath away from me and his eyes are still open. So, can I kiss my bride? A hallway kiss turns into a full-on hallway makeout session, and I consider it a small miracle that no one finds us out here, with me pressed to the wall, one leg around Calvin's hips. In his touch, I can tell that he was telling the truth about our time apart being painful. Against me, he's shaking, nearly frantic. We go back into the party hand in hand. He gets me a wine, gets himself a beer, and we dance. Pressed so close together, I can feel what it does to him. When he apologizes with a quiet laugh, I look up, and we grin in unison at the shared, unspoken promise of the insane sex we are going to have later tonight. I'm hoping neither of us can walk straight tomorrow. My thoughts clean up a little when I introduce Calvin to Davis. Jeff and I watch in awe as the two men seem to strike up an immediate bromance centered on home-brewed beer and rugby. With the two of them bent together, frantically discussing the Milwaukee microbrewery scene, Jeff pulls me aside, proudly spinning me around the room to some Sinatra. Calvin breaks in a few minutes later, smiling in thanks to Jeff and pulling me close again. You disappeared. You and Davis were lost a beer. I was standing nearby like a floor lamp. He laughs, pressing his lips to my jaw. When my hands slip up the back of his neck and into his hair, he groans quietly. You feel so good against me. I'm so relieved I could fall over. I think 1 more hour, then we can justify leaving. He smiles down at me. I took the liberty of telling Davis he was staying at the uncle's tonight. I close my eyes and imagine being alone with him later, undressing him and kissing every bit of smooth, exposed skin. I imagine the feel of the mattress at my back, the view of him falling over me, moving down my body, mouth open and wet. I can practically feel the electricity of his first kiss between my legs, the clamp of his hands around my thighs, and the weight of him when he moves back up over me. What are you thinking about? His lips move against my earlobe. Being home with you later. You're thinking about fucking me right now. I look up at him, with a joke on the tip of my tongue, but it dissolves away at the fever in his gaze. Yeah. I stretch, kissing him in a slow slide of my mouth over his, specifically about your mouth, and how it feels to have you on top of me. You're not sleeping, he warns, and I laugh until a wave of relief hits me, so enormous that I wrap my arms around his neck, pressing my cheek to his. When the song ends, he leads me back over to my brother and the bar. I know people are watching us, but I no longer feel like they're wondering what Calvin is doing with me. With his octopus hands all over me, and the way Davis is making us both double over in laughter, I feel for the first time like our love looks as easy and genuine from the outside as it feels from the inside. In tiny stolen moments, my husband pulls me into dark corners for a kiss, or down onto his lap on a couch. Between sips of our drinks and conversation with people around us, we volley 100 questions back and forth. Should we have another wedding? A real one? When should we go visit my family? Are we both moving temporarily to LA? And most important, I won the meat bet, so when is he officially taking my last name? We can debate that one for a while. Thankfully, we're not cramming to convince anyone else anymore. We have time.
Roomies was written by Christina Lauren and read by Casey Sheridan. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Roomies is available in print from Gallery Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Autobiography by Christina Lauren, read by Deacon Lee and Kyle Mason.